joining the program. I'm here with author and magician Penn Jillette. Penn, we're talking today about your work with Vera Simulators?
Back in the 90s, Janet Reno, who was Attorney General for
the United States.
President Bill Clinton. Remember the Waco thing? That was Janet Reno.
There was an attack on the compound?
Yeah. Well, she was very anti-video game, as was Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and Arnold Schwarzenegger. And, your dad, everybody. So she gave a speech where she said that they should have video games that dealt with regular jobs, prepare people for the workplace. So her idea for video games was that the video games would be educational. Now, by educational, what Janet Reno means is making you a proletariat, getting you as a worker. And she said instead of, simulators that we usually have, like tanks and planes and race cars and submarines and hedgehogs, they would get you ready for a real job. So she stated this, and I was listening with Eddie Gorodetsky, who writes on situation comedies. He writes on Two and a Half Men, and he writes on, Mom is his show. He created that show, and wrote on Letterman and Saturday Night Live, and also was writing with us on this video game called Smoke and Mirrors. And Eddie said that we both heard the Janet Reno speech together. We were laughing about how stupid it was. And Eddie said, well, let's do what she wants us to do. So Eddie said the idea Desert Bus, and then we brainstormed on it. And the idea was for Janet Reno, we would give you a chance to actually learn what it would be like to drive a bus 360 miles from Tucson, Arizona to Las Vegas, Nevada. 45 miles per hour maximum speed. It takes 8 hours to drive it if you do it right. And there's a little bit of a pull to the right. It's not glamorous, it's not pretty, it's not exciting. It's real. And we put this out, and I think a bug hits the windshield one point, like 4 hours in. You just drive. And it pulls to the right. And if you go off the road, it just overheats, and then you get towed back in real time. And you get 1 point for doing an 8-hour shift. So, mind-numbingly real. I should also point out that you can open and close the door to the bus, but no one's in any of the bus stops. You can't get on. No one gets on. No one gets off. You just drive the bus. So Randy Pitchford at Gearbox. Well, first of all, Desert Bus never came out.
It was created but never distributed?
That's right, never came out. I think the company that put out Desert Bus, there was a market correction and they went out of business.
So how is it possible that it is a known entity being recreated for this project?
Well, let me tell you. The reason is that it was bootlegged. It came out, and it got very popular in its bootleg form. People, it leaked, and they started putting it on different platforms. And this group of Canadians started a thing called Desert Bus for Hope. And they raised money for Child's Play, which
is a charity.
charity that buys video games for children in hospitals for a long time. And they started driving Desert Bus for charity for 50 hours at a time, just racking up those points. They got like 5, 6, 7 points, amazing numbers. And we would send them pizzas and stuff. And Randy Pitcher had heard about that and wanted to put out Desert Bus 2.0 VR version. He wanted full VR. So we bought the bus. As a matter of fact, if you're listening to this, they're going to be using it on the bus. So this will be the first thing you hear on your radio. And they bought the bus.
That's exciting.
And they scanned it. And if you are listening to this on the bus now, you've been going, 5, 10 minutes. You've got pretty much 8 hours still to go. Radio is not going to get that good a reception. Eddie also had other ideas that we turned down for his...
Part of these Terra simulators?
Yeah, simulator. He wanted to do toll collector. We do an 8-hour shift as a toll collector. Portrait sitter, which I thought was a really good one. You sit, have your portrait drawn. And bird watcher, which I rejected bird watcher as being way, way too interesting. Plus, we don't make money bird watching, you know.
No.
So 360 miles, you probably got now, the speed you're going, you probably got 355 miles to go. You'll be driving a little bit. And we got it really, really accurate.
Do you think you will accomplish Janet Reno's suggestion?
Well, the question is, someone who does Desert Bus, would they then be prepared to drive a Desert Bus? No. Much like when you play any of these games she doesn't like, you're not qualified to use a weapon. You don't know how to load a gun, or you're hitting buttons. That's not the way guns run. You know how guns run?
I've never fired a weapon.
You have to load them and stuff. So you don't know how to do any of the stuff you see in a video game. You don't really know how to do it. I don't know. Do you think if someone does a simulator on an airplane, that if you're flying in a commercial airliner and the pilot goes unconscious, you can take over? I think there's a Flight of the Phoenix is a movie where they're trying to get out of the place and they built an airplane, and turns out the guy who builds the airplane only built model airplanes before. I think that's the big punchline.
I'm not familiar with the work.
Why would you be? I don't think it was a very successful movie. They remade it though. It wasn't successful there. I think Hugh Laurie was in the remake.
Is there
I didn't see it.
any thought given to the luggage capacity on this bus?
Well, we have a bus.
Right.
Randy scanned the bus.
So that you'd be able to open the bottom compartment?
I don't think you can. I think you just sit in the seat. But Randy bought a bus, and they scanned the bus in. So this one should be very accurate. See, Randy wanted to call the Desert Bus 2.0. And I wanted to call it Desert Bus 1.002. Because I wanted there to be a lot of room for big improvements. But Randy says that this is, I haven't done it yet when we're recording this, but Randy says it'll be great. So this is what Janet Reno wants out of a video game.
How successful does the game have to be for Gearbox for us to anticipate Toll Collector or Portrait Sitter?
I don't know. It seems like it'd have to be pretty successful. By the way, this version is set up to only be for charity. I don't think we're selling this. It's going to be, most people that are hearing this now will be playing for charity. I just want you to know, is the charity worth how long you're going to sit here? It'll be a really, really long time. Did you ever play Desert Bus?
I've only watched others play.
Yeah. For 8 hours?
I don't think I made the duration of a trip.
Yeah, 8 hours in a bus, driving, pulls to the right.
What is the longest you've played it?
Like a minute and a half. I wouldn't get to this part. Minute and a half, maybe 2.
What is the longest you've driven any kind of vehicle?
I've driven across the country a few times. I went with Eddie Gorodetsky, as a matter of fact. We drove a U-Haul trailer from Los Angeles to New York. We drove the whole way. At the time, Eddie Gorodetsky didn't have a license, so I drove the whole way. And he was just sitting there. And we wrote a script during that time called I Came from Space. And we wrote it while we were driving, and we turned it into the production company that had commissioned it. And we got a great comment on it. The producer said to us, I don't think I could have understood this less if it were written in another language. Actually said that. There's some damage done from driving for hours and hours and hours and hours, and this is damage that, if you're listening to this, you'll be doing to yourself. At some point, I think a bug will hit the windshield. I don't want to get you too excited, but I think it's going to happen somewhere along the line.
Is that based on a true event?
The bug? Yeah. Bugs hit the windshields. They do. Bugs hit the windshields. Or, I don't know, maybe the windshield hits the bug. I guess that's true, isn't it? What do we call what hits what? I see that the windshield, the bug, compared to the bus, is almost stationary, right?
Have any animal rights groups contacted you or Gearbox upset with the treatment of bugs in the game?
Well, it's a virtual bug. We don't think we scanned an actual bug. I don't think a bug was hurt. I don't know. But if they have a problem with it, we can take the bug out of the desert bus.
Seems like a lot of thought was put into the bus and the dimensions of the bus and getting the bus accurate, but not so much so with the bug that hits the windshield.
Yeah, actually, I just said the word bug. I didn't even think about what kind of bug. I just said bug.
Whether it should be accurate to a desert environment, the kind of bug that would hit your windshield in the desert.
It should be, shouldn't it, really? Although now, with all these, we've moved species all around the world. There's all these species that are endemic. I mean, maybe if the bug looks like it is not a bug that's endemic to the natural environment, then you could just maybe think that the bug came over on a hitchhiking on an airliner or something, and maybe it's not going to be able to reproduce, or maybe it will reproduce like that. What's that weed that kind of took over California?
I'm not aware.
Okay, the cane toads in Australia. You know about that?
No.
How about those mollusks that took over the river in New York?
I'm not aware.
Yeah, a lot of times a species, a plant is not a bug, or a frog is not a bug, but sometimes a species will get into. I believe the rats that we have in New York are Norwegian rats originally. Now they live here, and I believe that the cockroaches that we have here, there's American cockroaches, and there's the Madagascar hissing roaches sold as a pet that they get out into the sea. I wanted to get some stick insects from my tank at home. Do you know what stick insects are?
I've seen them, yeah.
They're big. I mean, for insects.
They're not typically kept as a pet.
They are kept as pets. Pretty often in the UK. There was a show they had in the UK. This is true. Called That's My Stick Insect. It was a department on a show. It wasn't the whole show. And they got 3 people who owned stick insects as pets and put their stick insects in cages that were not labeled, different cages. And if the people could identify some for the tank we have now because I thought the children would enjoy them. And stick insects, you have to be very careful. You have to have a special license for a stick insect. The double O is the license to kill. The license to own a stick insect is a different number. It's not like 007 owns stick insects. It's maybe like 342 license to own stick insect. I just made up that number. But it's not a stick insect, but they're afraid that the stick insects get out into the wild, that we might have more stick insects than we want. I'm a guy that wants stick insects, but there's still probably a limit on the number.
We are taking a break from my interview with Penn Jillette to invite you to become a sponsor. So please support the station any way you can. If you enjoy interviews like the one you're hearing now, please consider being a sponsor for our programming, either online or over the telephone. And now more with Penn Jillette, author and magician.
And also one of the creators of Desert Boss, although it was Eddie Gordetsky's original idea. You know, Eddie, I talked to Eddie and he said he had a lot of credits, but he certainly wanted the credit on Desert Bus. Here's the thing that I find interesting on Desert Bus is we've been talking maybe 15 minutes. There's really nothing else to say that I can think of. And there's probably another 7 hours and 45 minutes of driving the bus.
Should drivers of the automobile be concerned about...
It's not an automobile, it's a bus.
Oh, thank you.
It's a bus. It's called Desert Bus.
Yes.
It's not called Desert Automobile. It's Desert Bus.
Should drivers of the Desert Bus...
It's a bus. It's a bus.
...be concerned about their petroleum levels?
I think we go on one tank all the way. I think it's one tank. I don't think we put that in, although maybe, you know, this highfalutin Desert Bus, who knows what they might have built in. But I think, you're talking about 360 miles, seems like a bus could do 360 on one tank of gas. Then you maybe refuel when you go back the other way. I don't know.
What about there's no bio break or anything for the driver?
No. It's, the rest areas are like 200 miles apart. I think you have to find someone else to take the joystick in with you when you're, you know, relieving yourself. You hold the joystick and hold a little bit to the left so it doesn't pull to the right. But mostly it's just meant to be as tedious as real life.
And it's from Vegas or to Vegas?
Well, it's both. You start out in Tucson, drive to Vegas, get to Vegas, drive to Tucson, get to Tucson, drive to Vegas, get to Vegas, drive to Tucson, get to Tucson, drive to Vegas, get to Vegas, drive to Tucson, get to Tucson, drive to Vegas. Then you go from Vegas to Tucson. Then you get to Tucson, you go back to Vegas. Well, it's not really back to Vegas because you started out in Tucson. So then your aim is back in Vegas to, I lost track. Started
we were I think we were at Tucson.
Go to Vegas. Get to Vegas, go to Tucson. And we're supposed to, we're hoping to use the Desert Bus that we bought to scan to actually drive from Tucson to Vegas in a non-simulator but a real Desert Bus. And then for the highest score people on this game, we'll all get together, like 50 of us, and drive in the Desert Bus really to Vegas and then see the Penn and Teller show.
That would be exciting.
Really exciting. Vegas. That would just be Tucson to Vegas.
Right.
We'd do Vegas to Tucson after.
You were done.
No, just Tucson to Vegas.
If I'm on the bus and I parked at Tucson and I went to Vegas, my car's now still in Tucson.
Maybe there's another app we can learn called Ridesharer. You can virtually drive from Las Vegas in like a Lyft or an Uber or something back to Tucson.
My actual car
lets me drive. Or maybe, what kind of car you have?
It's a Toyota Corolla.
What year?
2011.
What kind of mileage you get on that?
I'm approaching 80,000.
I don't mean the miles on it. What kind of mileage? Like miles per gallon?
Highway or regular?
Well, the Tucson to
That would be highway.
highway mostly, yeah.
You can get up to 35.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you ever drive one of those Priuses?
I have driven a Prius, yeah.
What do they get?
Certainly more.
Yeah, more by a lot.
Who are the Penn and Teller of Tucson?
Just about a teller.
Right. But if I drive back to Tucson, I also want to see a show.
I'd maybe see a movie. I don't think they have a thriving theater community. Maybe they do. I don't know. But if you ask me who the Penn and Teller of Tucson is, it's Penn and Teller. We're,
No.
yeah. I think they've heard of us in Tucson.
I don't know what movie I'd see if I went to Tucson.
Well, it'd be a different movie. Meaning now, I've heard Guardians of the Galaxy 2. My children liked it. That's James Gunn. It's a good movie. I'd see that.
That's the one with the talking raccoon.
I also want to see the James Baldwin movie. That's what I would see if it's still in theaters. There's a movie by James Baldwin. It's good. I would think it's good. I haven't seen it. I don't really see movies that much anymore.
Because of all the work you've been putting into Desert Bus?
I haven't done very much work at all. Matter of fact, most of the work I've done on Desert Bus, you've been here for in the room. That's what's kind of weird about it, because I'm talking about it here and I don't know much about it really, but there you go. Anyway, that's Desert Bus.
I want to thank you very much for coming on our program.
Thanks for having me.
Please, any other projects you have coming up, we'd love to have you back.
Thank you.
I'm a big fan.
Thanks a lot.
I never saw you off Broadway, but I bought a program off of eBay, and I like the program a lot.
Thank you. Thanks.
Five 926 535 8979 32384 626 4338 32795 0288 4197 169 399 375 105-820-9749 445-9230-78 164-06 28620 899-868-283-4-825-34-211-170 679-8214-808-6513 282-306 647-093-844 609-550-5822 317-25359 40-812-84 8111-74 789-609-17363, 717-872-146, 84409-012249, 534-30146, 549-585-37105, 079-2279-68, 925-892-354, 201-9956, 11212, 90219, 608640344, 18159, 81362, 977 477 13099 6051, 8707 2113 499 83729, 780-499-5105-105-973-17328-16096-318-5, 9502 445-94553, 469-083-026-425-223-085, 334468-5035, 26193-118-817, 101 000 3137 838 75 28865, 875 3208 3814, 206 17 177, 669 147 30359, 825 349 04, 287 554 687, 7311 595 628 63, 882 35 378, 759 375 1957781, 8577 805 3217, 122 68 066, 13001 927 8766, 111 959 092, 164 201 98938, 0952572201, 065485863227, 886593 33818 27968, 23030 19520, 3 5 3 0 1 8 5 2 9 6 8 9 9 5 7 7 3 6 2 2 5 9 9 4 1 3 8 9 1 2 4 9 7 2 1 7 7 5 2 8 3 4 7 9 1 15069595 0829 53311 686 17278 558 890 75098 3817 54637 46493 93192 5506 0400 9277 0167 1139 009 8488 240 128 583 616 035 63707 66014 47101 81942 9555 961989 46767837744 944-8255-39777 268-471 04047 53464 62-080-466 84259 069 49 129-33 13677 0289 89 152104 475 216 205 6966 02405 803 815 0193 5112533 824300 3558764 024 749 964 732 639 141 1992 726 042699227976 excuse me 7967 8253 4781636000934 172164121 19924586315 3150302861829745557 7067 498385054 945 885 86926 995699092 721 079 75093 029 55321 165344987 202 75596 023 648 066 54499 119 18347 9775 3566 369 8074 2654 25278 62551 818 4757 excuse me 41757 467 289 09 7777 27938 0008 1647060006. Excuse me, 0016. 145249192173217 21477 235-014-144-19735 686 54816 136 1157 55 213-34757-4184 946-84385 2332 3907 39414 333 4547 762-416-862-5189 835-6948 556-20992192221842725 502-542-5688-767-179-049 460-16534 668-049-88627 232-791-786 0857-843-8382 796-797-668-14541-00953 8837-8636 095-068-0064 225-125 205-11739 298489 630-412-886-269-456-04-2419-65285-0222-1066-18 63067-4427-86-2203-9194 945-047-1237137 8696-095 63643-7197-287-467-7646 575-396-24138-90865-81339-047-8025
dynamic episode of Larry J. DeVille's Quiz 5 with your host, yours truly, Larry J. DeVille. And for those travelers new to the Larry J. DeVille's Quiz 5, here's how it works. I will give a quiz question, and then I will list all of the options for the possible answers, and you must wait until I list the final option before you say your answer aloud. I will give 10 seconds to give your answer, and the first person to give the correct answer gets a point. At the end of the game, which is only 5 questions long, the person who has the most points wins the game. Alright, travelers, let's get our hands right into it. Here is the first question on Larry J. DeVille's Quiz 5 with your host, Larry J. DeVille. Yours truly. Question number 1. The cottonwood tree, not to be confused with the Plains cottonwood tree, but the cottonwood tree is the state tree of what state? Is it A, Alabama, B, Alaska, C, Arizona, D, Arkansas, E, California, F, Colorado, G, Connecticut, H, Delaware, I, Florida, J, Georgia, K, Hawaii, L, Idaho, M, Illinois, N, Indiana, O, Iowa, P, Kansas, Q, Kentucky, R, Louisiana, S, Maine, T, Maryland, U, Massachusetts, V, Michigan, W, Minnesota, X, Mississippi, Y, Missouri, Z, Montana, AA, Nebraska, BB, Nevada, CC, New Hampshire, DD, New Jersey, EE, New Mexico, FF, New York, GG, North Carolina, HH, North Dakota, II, Ohio, JJ, Oklahoma, KK, Oregon, LL, Pennsylvania, MM, Rhode Island, NN, South Carolina, OO, South Dakota, PP, Tennessee, QQ, Texas, RR, Utah, SS, Vermont, TT, Virginia, UU, Washington, VV, West Virginia, WW, Wisconsin, or XX, Wyoming. You have 10 seconds to answer. If you were the first person to say P, Kansas, you are awarded 1 point. Rolling on with the next question on Larry J. DeVille's Quiz 5 with your host, yours truly, Larry J. DeVille. Question number 2. Lawrence, Kansas is a city that is host to a public university. The University of, is it A, Alabama, B, Alaska, C, Arizona, D, Arkansas, E, California, F, Colorado, G, Connecticut, H, Delaware, I, Florida, J, Georgia, K, Hawaii, L, Idaho, M, Illinois, N, Indiana, O, Iowa, P, Kansas, Q, Kentucky, R, Louisiana, S, Maine, T, Maryland, U, Massachusetts, V, Michigan, W, Minnesota, X, Mississippi, Y, Missouri, Z, Montana, AA, Nebraska, BB, Nevada, CC, New Hampshire, DD, New Jersey, EE, New Mexico, FF, New York, GG, North Carolina, HH, North Dakota, II, Ohio, JJ, Oklahoma, KK, Oregon, LL, Pennsylvania, MM, Rhode Island, NN, South Carolina, OO, South Dakota, PP, Tennessee, QQ, Texas, RR, Utah, SS, Vermont, TT, Virginia, Washington, VV, West Virginia, WW, Wisconsin, or XX, Wyoming, you have 10 seconds to answer. If you were the first person to say P, Kansas, you are awarded 1 point. You are listening to Larry J. DeVille's Quiz 5 with your host, yours truly, Larry J. DeVille, and we continue on with question number 3. Kansas City is a city in the state of Missouri, but it is also a city in the state of, is it A, Alabama, B, Alaska, C, Arizona, D, Arkansas, E, California, F, Colorado, G, Connecticut, H, Delaware, I, Florida, J, Georgia, K, Hawaii, L, Idaho, M, Illinois, N, Indiana, O, Iowa, P, Kansas, Q, Kentucky, R, Louisiana, S, Maine, T, Maryland, U, Massachusetts, V, Michigan, W, Minnesota, X, Mississippi, Y, Missouri, Z, Montana, AA, Nebraska, BB, Nevada, CC, New Hampshire, DD, New Jersey, EE, New Mexico, FF, New York, GG, North Carolina, HH, North Dakota, II, Ohio, JJ, Oklahoma, KK, Oregon, LL, Pennsylvania, MM, Rhode Island, NN, South Carolina, OO, South Dakota, PP, Tennessee, QQ, Texas, RR, Utah, SS, Vermont, TT, Virginia, UU, Washington, VV, West Virginia, WW, Wisconsin, or XX, Wyoming. You have 10 seconds to answer. If you were the first person to say P, Kansas, you are awarded 1 point. You are listening to Larry J. DeVille's Quiz 5 with your host, yours truly, Larry J. DeVille. And we're going to continue on, travelers, with question number 4. Nebraska, Oklahoma, Missouri, and Colorado border which same state? Is it A, Alabama, B, Alaska, C, Arizona, D, Arkansas, E, California, F, Colorado, G, Connecticut, H, Delaware, I, Florida, J, Georgia, K, Hawaii, L, Idaho, M, Illinois, N, Indiana, O, Iowa, P, Kansas, Q, Kentucky, R, Louisiana, S, Maine, T, Maryland, U, Massachusetts, V, Michigan, W, Minnesota, X, Mississippi, Y, Missouri, Z, Montana, AA, Nebraska, BB, Nevada, CC, New Hampshire, DD, New Jersey, EE, New Mexico, FF, New York, GG, North Carolina, HH, North Dakota, II, Ohio, JJ, Oklahoma, KK, Oregon, LL, Pennsylvania, MM, Rhode Island, NN, South Carolina, OO, South Dakota, PP, Tennessee, QQ, Texas, RR, Utah, SS, Vermont, TT, Virginia, UU, Washington, VV, West Virginia, WW, Wisconsin, or XX, Wyoming. You have 10 seconds to answer. If you were the first person to say P, Kansas, you are awarded 1 point. Well, travelers, you and I are rounding third, coming home. Question 5 is coming up next, but I feel like you and I made a connection today. Did you feel challenged? Well, if so, I am glad I was able to play a part in your journey of not just success, but significance. Okay, question number 5 today on Larry J. DeVille's Quiz 5 with your host, yours truly, Larry J. DeVille. The band Kansas was named after which state? Is it A, Alabama, B, Alaska, C, Arizona, D, Arkansas, E, California, F, Colorado, G, Connecticut, H, Delaware, I, Florida, J, Georgia, K, Hawaii, L, Idaho, M, Illinois, N, Indiana, O, Iowa, P, Kansas, Q, Kentucky, R, Louisiana, S, Maine, T, Maryland, U, Massachusetts, V, Michigan, W, Minnesota, X, Mississippi, Y, Missouri, Z, Montana, AA, Nebraska, BB, Nevada, CC, New Hampshire, DD, New Jersey, EE, New Mexico, FF, New York, GG, North Carolina, HH, North Dakota, II, Ohio, JJ, Oklahoma, KK, Oregon, LL, Pennsylvania, MM, Rhode Island, NN, South Carolina, OO, South Dakota, PP, Tennessee, QQ, Texas, RR, Utah, SS, Vermont, TT, Virginia, UU, Washington, VV, West Virginia, WW, Wisconsin, or XX, Wyoming. You have 10 seconds to answer. If you were the first person to say P, Kansas, you are awarded 1 point. Well, fellow travelers, that is all the time that we have today. I am Larry J. DeVille, and keep on journeying. Your sweet voice my bright star. I know that home is where you are. There'll be some lonely nights, we can see them through. It's gonna be alright, 'cause our love is true. My sweetest baby girl, answer to my prayer. Wherever you go, my heart will be there. We might have to live apart for a little while, but even when you're far away, I can see your smile. Your memory comes back like a sweet old song. We'll long distance, not for long. You're not here, but your sweet voice draws me near. No, it's true, there's no one else for me but you. My sweetest baby girl, mean the world.
Now it's time for a fun little game. I would like you to tell me which of the following English street names have been deliberately mispronounced. Magpie Alley, Slatham Heath Road, Fox Road, Montague Street, Eden Street, Thurlow Street, Darlington Street, Doric Road, Hermit Street, Cherbury Street, Station Rise, Littlebury Road, Camelot Street, Ashburnham Place, Bethwyn Cottages, Summertrees Avenue, Cannon Street, Avondale Rise, Fenwick Court, Edison Square, Guildhouse Street, Hungerford Lane, Pitcham Terrace, Wyvern Road, Reed Street, Bear Road, Penfold Street, Cavendish Avenue, Tennyson Court, Glamis Place, Queensdale Place, Chestnut Rise, Sunbury Lane, St. Matthew's Row, Roper Lane, Kinglake Place, Penrose Grove, Chivers Cottages, Selina Road, Digby Crescent, Gopher Lane, Stackhouse Street, Eastmoor Place, Hood Court, Ponder Street, Denbury Close, Axminster Road, Dobbins Court, Dorville Crescent, Duke Street Hill, North East Place, Troy Street, Willicombe Road, Greet Street, Ellesmere Place, Barndale Street, Shortlands, Egerton Drive, Saxon Road, Castile Road, Elf Row, Bucking Street, Eden Street, Exmouth Street, Starcross Street, Loughman Road, Love Lane, Little Dorrit Court, Kitcham Street, Tilson Gardens, Fountain Drive, Conray Street, Ampton Place, Garden Close, Thurberton Street, Glasshouse Walk, Nightingale Grove, Glengall Grove, Reddington Drive, Richmond Mews, Gloucester Way, Pemberton Road, Stukely Street, Ensley Place, Gow Grove, Castlehaven Road, Adderley Street, Picton Place, Wheatley Street, Monmouth Street, Dragon Yard, Mossop Street, Borden Street, Grosvenor Avenue, Vale End, West Grove, Wilton Road, Half Moon Court, Tonsley Street, Wigmore Place, Harleton Street, Harrington Way, Gathorne Street, Stainsbury Place, Net Road, Hopkins Street, Monthorpe Street, Lascombe Street, Horse and Groom Court, Hyde's Place, Ivy Walk, Devonport Passage, Wyvern Way, Violent Place, Chesterfield Hill, Cranley Street, Plunder Street, Kniver Road, Bardsley Lane, Lancaster Drive, Landor Walk, Wolf Lane, Redguard Road, Allcroft Passage, Ormond Mews, Duffy Street, Padfield Road, Dunlow Place, Shillingford Street, Lollard Place, Tiptree Street, Broadbent Street, Tarleton Street, Penry Place, 20 Pence Road, Rosemore Street, Dalwood Place, Cressy Court, Winchester Square, Heath Lane, Smallbrook Mews, Saltwell Street, Lucan Street, Malvern Place, Manor Avenue, Hayden Walk, Tyson Passage, Marshall Gardens, Merton Rise, Crescent Row, Buckmaster Road, Mill Gardens, Moorish Road, Swanfield Street, Glegg Place, Kingly Court, Newton Grove, Cecilia Road, Spreemont Place, Haringham Road, Lord North Street, Oakley Gardens, Ordnance Hill, Eden Row, Parkfield Row, Waverley Crescent, Pear Street, Telegraph Hill, Mersell Road, Cyclops Place, Pratt Walk, Padbury Court, Cleaver Square, Princedale Road, Prospect Vale, Ram Cottages, Grotto Court, Regal Lane, Forest Close, Haggerston Road, Lapswood Walk, Regency Place, Hanging Sword Alley, Birkin Street, Richmond Avenue, Matilda Street, Rochester Walk, Lion Street, Rose Walk, Scriven Street, Wishford Place, Berryman Road, Rutland Walk, Ashfield Street, Leicester Court, St. Rule Street, Marsley Road, Southey Road, Priory Terrace, Modbury Gardens, Plough Mews, Stratherden Road, Trinity Crescent, Westcott Road, Grange Street, Saunders Grove, Seaton Place, Eversholt Row, Sunbury Street, Summers Crescent, Ragland Street, Parkway, Garter Yard, Mottingham Station Approach, Starfield Road, Churchfields, Loaf Court, Swan Road, Myrtleberry Street, Winford Cottages, Globe Terraced, Martello Street, Trafalgar Avenue, Buller Square, Ruby Triangle, Darsk Park, Union Walk, Mellow Street, Dickens Square, Bullivant Street, Adelaide Close, Bedford Way, Dunton Road, Hillrise Road, Westbourne Terrace, Victorian Grove, Chillingworth Road, Sovereign Street, Vine Hill, West Mews, Waterloo Gardens, Oranmore Mews, Belfort Road, Hester Road, Wellington Walk, Inverness Street, Sherlock Mews, Bourne Street, Beaumont Street, Western Walk, Bard Road, Kennings Way, Horse Yard, Foregate Street, Calderwood Street, Fortress Walk, Willow Way, Dryden Street, Wilton Yard, Killick Street, Dunbar Place, Bacon Grove, Bloomfield Road, Woodstock Grove, Dunmaston Mews, Armory Way, Tavistock Street, Boundary Road, Berkeley Square, Watling Street, Ramsey Street, Halton Road, Cobble Lane, Sheringham Road, Penn Road, Moriarty Close, Tabley Road, Royal Avenue, Black Lion Lane, Lakeside Drive, Zealand Street, Yew Groove, Inkwell Close, Edenhurst Avenue, Hale Lane, Camelot Street, Lacey Road, Maiden Road, Ironside Close, Caraway, East Ferry Road, Tedworth Gardens, Ockley Road, Gateside Road, Felbrig Road, Lakenheath, Old Park Lane, East Way, Paddock Road, Taunton Avenue, Calverton Road, Knight's Walk, Grayling Road, Lever Street, Oxley Road, Viscount Drive, Emery Hill Street, Hinstock Road, Inworth Street, Merry Hill Close, Transome Square, Horncastle Road, Ulrich Avenue, Martok Gardens, Obeck Close, Upper Richmond Road West, Castle Bar Road, Ivy Mount Road, Petley Road, Vixen Mews, Devonish Road, Jewel Road, Quick Road, Thriftwood, West Ella Road, Elmcroft Gardens, Kingwood Road, Ringlet Close, Yukon Road, Scarborough Road, Maddock Way, Arnett Square, Bratton Road, Nutbrook Street, Tuskar Street, Hoppet Road, Yukon Street, Deacon Way, Belvedere Drive, Pure Lake Mews, Tayport Close, Buckrell Road, Darblay Street, Cuthbert Road, Morden Lane, St. Swithin's Lane, Evandale Road, Jeffreys Walk, Zander Court, Vestry Road, Longstaff Crescent, Ashton Road, Glazebrook Close, Junction Place, Parish Lane, Lighterman Mews, Raveley Street, Ellery Street, Addington Square, Wise Lane, Templar Drive, Hever Croft, Parkwood Mews, Silvermere Road, Castletown, and North Cross Road. Did you catch how many were mispronounced? Well done. Bonus points if you also spotted how many of these places are in fact in London. Tune in next time for the exciting United States of America version.
Welcome to another edition of Classical Music Moment. I am, as always, your host, Dr. Julian Peterson. Today, radio audience, we have in store a real treat. We're going to listen to one of my personal favorite works, From the New World, the Ninth Symphony of Dvorak. Today we'll be focusing specifically on the second movement. Now, as you know, this work was written at the end of the 19th century. Specifically, it was written in 1893. And even though Dvorak is a Czech composer, at the time, he was living in New York, and he was the director of the National Conservatory of Music of America. That school existed from 1885 until 1952. Dvorak served only a number of years, a handful of years, but in 1893 he composed this glorious work. Now, it's been said that early on Dvorak made the claim that the work was based on American folk songs, though he later retracted that. I'm not aware of any specific folk songs that are used in the piece, but as you know, Dvorak is a master of melody. Everywhere we find songs that could be folk songs, beautiful melodies, dances, songs that lift one's spirit. Yes, radio audience, today is truly a blessed day, and every day is a blessed day when we have music in our lives. I'm so grateful that on this day I get to share music with you. Normally, we like to take a little time and discuss the works before we listen. Today, I'd like to get right into it. This work is so beautiful, I think we should hop right in. Nonetheless, as you know, our motto here at Classical Music Moment is, an informed listener is an informed listener. And in that spirit, I do have a few short introductory remarks prepared. To start, let's state the obvious. This work is beautiful. We have a real treat ahead. Structurally, from the broad view, it's a very simple piece. A form. A classical form, you'll forgive me. However, the devil is in the details, and as we look into this piece a bit more, we'll discover that just underneath of that simplicity is a treasure trove of techniques and motions and movements, moments of beauty and compositional restraint, as you shall see. Now, Dvorak is in this piece is a late 19th century piece, and so we can expect to see the sorts of devices that we would find in late 19th century music. There is a tendency to favor plagal cadences over more traditional cadences. there is a strong emphasis on the interval of the third. As I like to say, Dvorak uses thirds, like Haydn uses fifths. I know you're all chuckling about that one. Well, let's dive right in. This work begins with a curious introduction. Now, I suspect, in the context of the full symphony, of course, we would have been listening to the first movement, and I think these first few measures are a means of Dvorak transitioning us into the much gentler material of the second movement. We begin with a brass fanfare. Now, I'm going to read the names of these chords to you so that you'll understand with me just how shocking some of these transitions are. The piece is in the key of D flat major, and yet the very first chord that we will hear is E major. What is E major in the key of D flat? Well, it's not really a chord in that key at all. In fact, it would be flat 3 major. That initial E is followed by a B flat chord, B flat major. Now you're thinking to yourself, E to B flat, that's a tritone, and yes, you're right, that is a dramatic shift in harmony. It is softened somewhat by the bass, which, instead of leaping the tritone, progresses down by a whole step to land on E. So actually the chord, the second chord, is a B flat in first inversion. Then we return to E. Now we are on the fourth chord. We have a D flat major triad. This is the first time we've heard the tonic of the piece. However, at this point, we don't know that it's the tonic of the piece. Chords continue. We get a B double flat major chord, followed by a G flat minor chord, finally arriving at D flat major. We'll talk more about the B double flat chord. Actually, that chord will come back at several pivotal moments in this piece. Skipping past that, we get to the G flat minor chord. In the key of D flat, this is a borrowed minor 4, and we get the cadence minor 4, 1. Really, it's a striking movement, and keep that in mind because we'll hear that particular motion come back later on in the piece too. Now we've arrived at the fifth measure. We have a couple of bars where the strings just lay out that tonic chord, giving us a chance to savor and adjust to the fact that we have now arrived in the key of D flat. And there, as if off in the distance, you will hear solo English horn state our melody. La da da dee dee da, la da dee da da. See, as I said, Dvorak is a master of melody. This could be a folk song. This could be a nursery song. In fact, it features, this is interesting, as you radio audience well know, my wife is a researcher in music education, and she once pointed out to me that quite a few children's songs alternate between the third of a major scale and the fifth of a major scale, the motion so to me. So me, so me. We can hear lots of melodies that start that way. So me, so me, so me. Now, why is it that so many children's songs feature this interval? I cannot quite say. I suspect it might be easier for young voices to traverse the minor third than it would be for them to traverse the major third if we were to do what might be more expected. Me, do, that sort of motion. Anyways, back to our melody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Starting here in the 7th bar, that English horn solo. Now, the sonorities here are quite simple. First bar, giant 1 chord, as the melody is. Mi, so, mi, re, do. The second bar, we move to the 5 chord. Re, mi, so, mi, re. However, the 5 chord has underneath it a 1 pedal. So we're just hearing that D flat just continue in the bass. Moving on, now we're in the 9th bar. La, dee, dee, da, da, da. Dee, 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 da, da. Now something really surprising happens here. In the 9th bar, the first chord is, as we would expect, the 1 chord. The second chord, something surprising happens, actually. We get A flat from the 1 chord, moving up chromatically to an A natural. Now, this always causes a dilemma for the analyst, because we have tone that's outside of the key signature. And so we always have to explain that. Especially, this isn't treated as a passing tone. We land on this A natural and stay on it for a full 2 beats. And at this tempo, a full 2 beats is, well, it can be quite a long time, as you can imagine. So, this A natural. Now, typically, when we move brighter or sharper, in this case moving from flat to natural as we raise a pitch, generally our expectation would be that it would continue to rise and we would get to our next stable chord tone or key tone moving up. And that is what happens here. That A natural does eventually resolve up to the B flat. Now you might think, okay, if we have an A natural resolving up to B flat, that sounds like a secondary dominant. We probably expect that we're going to have an F7 chord moving to the B flat minor 7. However, we don't have C natural. Dvorak denies us C natural and instead holds on to the B flat. Now that gives us a very beautiful turn of events because now we have F, A natural, and B flat, an augmented triad. Augmented triads are dissonant by their nature. They require resolution. And happily, we are given that resolution on the very next bar. I'm going to call this chord Augmented 5 of 6, because it's functioning as an augmented dominant chord leading to that B flat. What's clever here is that as we get to the 10th bar, where we would expect that B flat minor chord, instead given a G flat major chord. So that's very interesting. If we had an F augmented 5 chord, it resolves deceptively to its 6th, which is of course 4 in our key of B flat. Now we have a very common cadential formula. The 4 chord rises up by the next beat to the 5-7 chord, finally resolving on 1. Now that closes the first 4 bars of our melody. This is a nice symmetrical sort of structure here because we have la da da dee dee da, la da dee dee da, la da dee 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 da, la da dee da da. So we have that first bar repeated again at the 3rd bar, and we have the expectation that the 2nd bar sets up by arriving on the 2nd scale degree, resolved finally in that 4th measure, resolve on 1. Now that we've finished the first 4 bars of the melody, what you will hear is a extended exploration of 4. So the bass moves up to G flat, and we get up in the melody an exploration, let's say. Something like la da da dee da dum, la da dee ya dum. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know I've received letters from you before, and I will happily confess to you, I am not blessed with perfect pitch. I have no idea what key I'm singing in. But I do know that it's beautiful, and I know that when you hear it in the recording, here in just a few moments, it will be in the key of G flat. Now, that little melody that we heard, those 2-bar statements, la da da dee da 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 dee da da, it's repeated again, la da da dee da 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 dee da da, and all of this over a 4 pedal. So we've now, for 4 measures, savored the 4 chord, and it resolves to 1 in a plagal cadence. So we return to our opening melody. La da da dee dee da, la da dee dee da, la da da, la da da. I'm going to stop there because a truly beautiful thing just happened. So the first time we heard this melody, we heard the first bar 3 rising to 5 and then 3 falling to 1. 3 5 5 3 2 1. We heard that again on the repetition 2 bars later. 3 5 5 3 2 1. Here, where the melody comes back, we first hear that same thing again. 3 5 5 3 2 1, and now that's our expectation. But Dvorak twists things on us. Instead of 3 rising to 5 followed by 3 falling to 1, we get 3 rising to 5, leaping up to 1, the higher tonic, and then rising to 3, inverting that second interval. So, la da da, la da da, now reaching the highest note of our melody. While that's happening, Cleverly, Dvorak places a descending line in the bass. So as our melody is rising to new heights, our bass, which has frankly been quite stagnant this whole time, either being a pedal on 1 with just slight motions or the pedal on 4, now we actually get a downward scalar motion. 1, 7, 6, 5, and then it holds that 5 through and through. So, back to our melody. La da da la da dee ya da dee ya da, reaching our point of resolution. This is followed by an echo. We hear the exact same statement again, that last measure. La da dee da da, repeating 4-1, the plagal cadence and the harmonies supporting that. Then we hear the echo one more time. This time, however, we hear the echo in rhythmic augmentation. So as before, where we had a dotted 8th note, 16th note, pair of 8th notes, half note, now we have dotted quarter note, 8th note, pair of quarter notes, whole note. So I'll sing all 3 parts of that. So la da dee da dum, then the echo la da dee da dum, and then the echo augmented la da dum. We can take that whole exchange there, those 3 bars, the final statement of the melody plus the 2 echoes, as a cadential extension to round out that opening phrase. Now when we land at measure 21, for those of you keeping track on your note cards, on measure 21, we've reached the resolution of that final echo, and we get a rising triplet gesture through the registers of the orchestra. Dum, 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 dum. We finally arrive at a D-flat chord and a symmetry to the opening chorale that we heard in the brass. Now, initially, you'll recall, we started on an E major chord. This time, however, we've arrived at our tonic at D-flat. Spoiler alert, at the end of this exchange, we're still going to be in E-flat. So as before, where we were starting on E and descending the minor third, here, we're starting on D-flat and remaining on D-flat. That forces Dvorak's hand to rewrite this material a little bit. Now, it begins the same, whereas before we had E followed by B flat, that movement of a tritone that was so alarming. Here we have D flat moving to G, and as before, not a root position G chord, but a G chord in first inversion, so we get that whole step movement of the bass. D flat, G, back to D flat. Now, as before, following the minor third, B flat major chord. The next motion, however, it breaks from what it had done before. We follow the B flat chord with a G flat major chord. The G flat major chord is 4 in our key of D flat. That is followed by an E flat minor chord, 2 in our key, and one of the voices halfway through that chord. These are half notes, so 1 quarter note later, the voices that were playing B flat have moved up to C. Now, you might think of this as just a passing tone, and I would forgive you for that. That's a perfectly valid explanation. We could also view this as a C diminished triad, which would be 7 diminished in our key of D flat. I like that explanation because I like the motion of 2 to 7 diminished to 1 as a nice little cadential formula. However, 2 to 1 is a cadence that's acceptable in this period of time. We do see that as maybe a variation on the plagal motion of 4 to 1, and actually we'll see that motion happen again later in this work. But for now, I'll say E flat, C diminished, finally arriving on the D flat major triad. So we've repeated that opening material, but this time rearranged so that we remain in the key of D flat. There are a couple of measures where we continue to reaffirm the key of D flat. Now, for those of you paying attention at home, this would be bar 25 is when we arrive on the D flat chord, holding through in bar 26. It's not until bar 27 that we get a return of the melody. La da da dee da da. Now, you might recognize that as not the opening gesture of the melody, but actually the second part of the melody, which before we heard over a pedal G flat. This time, it is presented as a pedal over D flat. And that's actually only the beginning of the changes. Something truly interesting here. So, whereas before we had a pedal 4 chord and a melody that would just repeat itself. Here we have a development of that idea. So we're going to start with that same material, but Dvorak takes it a little further. So, and the harmonies are changing here. Under that first bar, we had the 1 chord. By the time we get to that second bar, actually we have a shift, and we hear this as maybe a 6 chord. And then repeat. Moving to 6. We repeat the 6 chord. Now we get this. You'll recognize we've had this thirds gesture, this broken thirds idea. La da dee da dee da dee da, la da dee da dee da dee da. That idea is very important. So we have 2 lines I think I neglected to mention. We're hearing this in parallel thirds. So the thirds, as voices, are themselves thirds, but they're also articulating melodic thirds, and thirds which are falling. This creates a vagueness of key. When we just have descending thirds, it's hard to say when we're a chord and when we're decoration. But I do think we can say that we're starting in the key area of 6, and you can either think of it as remaining on 6 that whole time, or you can think of it as moving to the 3 at the end of that bar. La da dee da dee da dee da, la da dee da dee da dee da. Now something interesting. Now we repeat only the last 2 beats. In fact, we have a metric shift here. Dvorak inserts a 2/4 bar, what has otherwise been 4/4 time, just to repeat that last little gesture. And then we get to one of my favorite measures in the whole work, measure 35, where something really spectacular happens. But before we get there, la da dee da dee da dee da, la da dee da dee da dee da dee da dee da da. Now, what you can't hear from my single voice is that as we reach that last note, and that is held in the melody, a startling harmonic shift happens in the bass. The first thing that happens is, on the downbeat, we affirm that we are on 6. We have a strong 6 chord in the key of B flat, that is B flat minor. Now, the voice that's playing F moves up to G flat. So that puts us in G flat major. Except we also, at that same moment, have a shift where B flat becomes B double flat. And if that's ringing bells for you, it ought to be, because we have that mysterious B double flat chord in the 3rd measure of the work. I promised it would come back, and I always keep my promises. So we move up to the G flat in the voice that was on F, and we move down to B double flat from B flat. That gives us a G flat minor chord. This is minor 4. That's outside of our key, but that's not too far off the mark, since minor 4 is a commonly borrowed chord. But the very next motion is even more alarming. So, the voice that has now become G flat divides, and it divides into both an E natural and a G natural. So, my, let's take a quick stock here. So we have a B double flat, D flat, E natural, and G natural. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, what on earth chord could that be? When we are in this situation, radio audience, it's always best, I say, to try and enharmonic spellings. Enharmonics, of course, being the idea that a note can have 2 different names. So, sort of. So we could have a D flat, we could also call that a C sharp. Now, this is only true in equal temperament. Of course, we are in the age of equal temperament. In other temperaments, those things are not necessarily equivalent, and I suspect that for performers, psychologically, they're still not entirely equivalent. However, it is a common device to do an enharmonic modulation where we arrive on a note from the context of one key, and then in our thinking, shift it to its mirror so that we can recontextualize that chord in a new key. And that's the exact situation I think we have here, or at least I'm going to entertain that idea for the moment. So instead of B double flat, let's call that A. and instead of D flat, let's call that C sharp. And now if I spell the chord, A, C sharp, E, G, well, it's very clear what that chord is, isn't it? Now we're on an A dominant 7th chord. Although, that's its own mystery. What on earth is A dominant 7 doing in the key of D flat? Well, my enharmonic switch might have been useful for identifying the quality of this chord, but it has actually led us further from the truth. Let's go back to thinking about that A as a B double flat. To what note would you expect B double flat to resolve? That's absolutely correct to those of you playing at home. It would resolve down to the A flat. And, if you'll recall, in our middling voices, we had a G natural. G natural is a raised 4 in the key of D flat. We expect it to rise up to 5, so we would expect that G to go to A flat. So we have a B double flat resolving down to A flat, and we have a G resolving up to A flat. B double flat to G. B double flat to G. Spelled that way, we recognize that this is a 6th, but not any 6th, an augmented 6th. And since we have an augmented 6th, and we're outlining what feels like a dominant 7th chord, we can finally recognize this chord for what it is. This is a German augmented 6th chord in the key of D flat. The German augmented 6th chord has a traditional resolution. It wants to get to A flat. In fact, it is a strong predominant chord that's setting us up to hear A flat dominant 7. However, if you can imagine sliding from A7 to A flat 7, that's just a chromatic downward shift. That would introduce a number of parallels, most importantly the parallel fifths between I'm going to go back to calling these A and E down to A flat and E flat. Since those are frowned upon, as we don't want to ruin our contrapuntal priorities here. Almost always there's a chord that is inserted between these, and since the 1-6-4 chord is already a common cadential formula, typically we would expect that this B double flat German augmented 6th chord would first resolve to a D flat chord in second inversion, or a D flat 6-4 chord, and then finally to the A flat chord or A flat 7 chord, depending on the whims of the composer at that particular time. But this is truly surprising because in this piece, here in measure 35, Dvorak holds that augmented 6th sonority through the end of the bar, only to resolve the next measure to a root position 1 chord. This is a really surprising shift, although it's not unlike things we've seen before. Our root motion from A to D flat is the root motion of the rising third. That's not unlike the very second measure of the piece, where we went from an E major chord to a D flat chord, and we have that gesture of the falling third. In fact, that, plus the parallel thirds in the melody, and indeed just the overall treatment of thirds, and I think you can see why I made my little jest earlier about Dvorak treating thirds like Haydn treats fifths. Structurally, thirds are extremely important in this work. Here we've arrived at, what bar would this be? 34, 35, measure 36. We have the return of the melody. La-da-dee-ya-da-da. La-da-dee-dee-da-da. Did you catch that little variation right there? Just that extra little lift on the note. It's a nice moment. La-da-da, la-da-da, la-da-dee-ya-da. You'll probably recognize that movement to the higher tonic up to the third. We've had that before. That happened. We made reference to this in, what would that have been, measure 17. And at that time, you'll recall, I pointed out that as the melody is rising, we have contrary motion in the bass of the descending stepwise bass motion. Very lovely. Here, the same thing happens with a slight variation. Before, in the bass, we step down 1, 7, 6, 5, and then we held onto this 5, a pedal dominant through the beginning of the next bar. Here, we continue the motion all the way down to 4. So 1, 7, 6, 5, 4. tell I'm hitting the bottom of my range there. Excuse me, radio audience. We get to that 4, and that can finally resolve to 1 with the melody. 4, 1, label cadence. Oh, forgive me, ladies and gentlemen, I've lost track of where I am. This happens, I swear, this happens to me every week when we do this. That's quite alright. We'll get back on track here. Our descending motion, that was in bar 38. 1, 7, 6, 5, 4, and la-da-dee-da-da. Then, as before, the echo, la-da-dee-da-da. And then, as before, the echo in augmentation, la-da-da-da. Now, this is a nice moment in the piece. Here, let's just recap. We've heard the melody. We've heard the melody as it moved to 4. We've heard it return back to 1. We took a cadential extension where we explored the resolution of the 1 chord for a while. We moved past that to a recapitulation of the very opening sequence of chords. That went on for a few bars, finally resolving on 1, and then we had this slight departure from the melody where we explored the 1 to 6, 1 to 6, and the falling thirds, finally arriving at that really crunchy German augmented 6th that I went on and on about. Here, resolving to the melody again, and our cadential extension again. And now, to really solidify the fact that we've reached the end, we find that Dvorak has extended the melody even more. So after our augmentation, now we hear the melody in horn fifths. I'll take a moment to explain the term horn fifths. As many of you know, if you've studied music at all, you know that direct fifths or parallel fifths are very frowned upon in contrapuntal writing. The reason being that usually in contrapuntal writing it is the goal of the composer to achieve independence of the voices. And independence is best achieved through 2 devices, I say. The first being contrary motion. If one voice is falling and another voice is rising, well, we can hardly confuse them, can we? And the other great device is oblique motion. That being where one voice holds steady while the other voice moves. And again, very difficult to confuse the voices in that context. Where things become tricky and require special attention is when voices move in similar motion. So both voices rising, both voices falling, etc. When 2 voices are moving in the same direction, if they land on a perfect interval, especially fifths and octaves, because of the similarity of motion and because of the pure consonance of that interval, it can readily happen that the voice seems to disappear, or at the very least is robbed of its power and its individuality. So by and large, it is a frowned upon movement for 2 voices in the same direction to arrive on a perfect interval. However, there is a classic historical exception to this, which is called horn fifths. Now, we're used to modern horns, which have valves, pistons, and lots of complex machinery. But historically, that's actually a fairly recent development. We would have generally had natural horns. Now, of course, in Dvorak's time, he had a much more modern instrument, so this is looking even further back in time. But if we do head even further back in time, we find natural horns, and natural horns are limited to playing notes in the harmonic series. So, you should try this experiment at home on your piano. If you hold down a note, let's pick one in the middle. Let's say middle C. Let's take all the uncertainty out of it. If you silently depress middle C, and you play very loudly the D that's right above it, hit that D just briefly, staccato, boom, you'll notice nothing unusual. By way of contrast, if instead of that D you played the C an octave lower, boom, you would find that the C that you were once silently holding, that string has started to ring in a sympathetic resonance. It is a property of strings and other acoustic bodies that they favor certain pitches, or maybe a better way of explaining it would be to say, when we hear the sound of a piano string, we do not hear a single tone, we hear a complex collusion of tones. And with careful analysis, we can break apart the constituents of that tone to learn more about it. Now, likewise, if I'm playing on a brass instrument, I have to vibrate my lips to get a certain pitch. However, the instrument will feed back energy to interact with my lips, and if I happen to be buzzing a tone that is, let's say, consonant or allowable with the length of horn that I've got, it will reinforce the flapping of my lips, and we'll have a nice, strong, solid tone. If, on the other hand, I try to perform a note that's not a natural resonance of the length of horn that I'm playing, I actually won't get that feedback. It would be very difficult to sustain. It would have no power. In fact, we could say it's not even a note on the instrument. Okay, so our harmonic series, whatever our lowest note is, the lowest note that we can sustain on a given length of pipe, we can also play one octave above that. That would be the first overtone or the second harmonic. Going forward, I prefer to use harmonic numbering instead of overtone numbering. So the second harmonic would be the next octave up. The third harmonic, the next note we could play, would be the fifth above that, followed by the next octave above that. Now as we go up, we would have the major third, then the fifth, then flat 7, come back to this, followed by 1. Now you may notice that the intervals are compressing. Our first interval was an octave, C to C. The second one a fifth, C to G. The next one a fourth, G to C. Now, going up, we go C to E, a major third, E to G, a minor third. Now here's where it gets interesting. E to the B flat. The B flat that we are used to in equal temperament is not the B flat that we would find in the harmonic series. In fact, it's much flatter, which should seem obvious to us because the intervals are getting smaller, and the last one we had was a minor third, so this one couldn't be a minor third, and yet it's not so small as to be a second. So we have a very flat dominant 7th or minor 7th note, followed by, finally, the octave, just above that. In Baroque music, think of Baroque trumpet playing, you can recall your favorite pieces. In those pieces, in order to have lots of notes close to one another, the instrumentalist has to play actually very high in the instrument's range. They have to be in a very high tessitura of that instrument in order to have a compressed set of pitches that they can play. The lower they go on the instrument, the more spread out they become. Now valves fix this because with valves you can change the length of the pipe, and that allows you to hit notes that are in between the notes of the harmonic series. That probably explains a fashion shift that has occurred in brass playing. In the Baroque era, brass instruments would have played very high on their instruments so that they had access to lots of pitches. Going forward in time, once we have valves, that wouldn't be a requirement. You could play lower in the instrument, probably a more comfortable range. And indeed, typically, Doc Severinsen aside, we find that trumpet players tend to occupy a lower space on the instrument than maybe they would have historically. I've gotten off track. Let's return to these horn fifths. So, if I rise up the harmonic series, I finally got to that octave right above that minor 7th, a very flat note. If I keep going up, the next notes are 2 and 3. I finally have a little segment of the scale, 1, 2, 3. If I want to write a melody that descends 3, 2, 1, as Dvorak has done here, 3, 2, 1, and I want to harmonize that melody with another horn, that other horn, well, it could play 1, so we can have 1 against 3. As the upper voice moves down to D, I could have the lower voice move down to that flat minor 7th, but for the fact that it's probably not the chord tone that we want, and worse, it's not in tune. So we're going to skip that one. So my lower voice would have to go down to the 5th. If we'll speak in the key of C major here. So if my upper voice has fallen from E to D, my lower voice has gone from C to G. And then we could continue, the upper voice could fall to 1, the lower voice could fall to 1. Now, we've actually violated a rule twice here, if you'll recall. So, we're 2 voices, both descending. The upper one, when it moves to the D, the lower voice leaps down to the G. And this would be a direct 5th, or a hidden 5th. Now, those of you that are more pedantic about theory, you might say, but wait, I recall learning that this is only a problem if there's a leap in the melody, and indeed that's true, and in fact that's probably true because of this exact situation where this horn fifths overtone dilemma would have caused the sound of stepwise motion in the upper voice with a leap in the lower voice to be acceptable in similar motion. But if we're being real strictlers, we could say that this is a violation of that idea of the following two voices moving to a perfect interval. And then, to make matters even worse, the very next interval would be moving to an octave. So we would have gone from a fifth to an octave, same problem, descending motion. Nonetheless, this is considered an acceptable substitution, or an acceptable case, let's say, for this direct fifths motion. And it's a very common sound. So here, now again, we're in the 42nd measure of this piece. Here we have horn fifths re-articulating the melody. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, and 1, 5, 1, 1, 5, 1, sounding together. And a miraculous transformation takes place. They get quieter, quieter with each repetition, until we are left with just a single voice, thus ending the section. Now a big shift occurs. Now we have arrived at Un Poco Piomoso. This section is in C-sharp minor. This is an enharmonic shift like the one we discussed before. We were in D-flat major. We could be in D-flat minor, but that's an uncomfortable number of flats, if you know what I mean. So instead, we'll call this C-sharp minor. And we're introduced a new melody. This melody is actually remarkably similar to the first melody, in the sense that this melody starts on the minor third and falls to 1. Now, before we had started on, we were playing with like 3 and 5 in the key of D flat. Here we're playing with 1 and 3 in the key of C sharp minor, but it's the same interval at the minor third. This time animated though with more stepwise motion and more motion in general. La di da da, da di da di di da da, la di da ya da da di ya da 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 da. There's a few things that I really like about this passage. First of all, let's talk about the harmony. It's always important to talk about harmony. We're in C sharp minor, we're on the 1 chord. At the half note we move to minor 4-6, so if you're paying attention, we were C sharp minor, this would be an F sharp minor chord, but since it's in first inversion, our root motion would be C sharp moving down to A. And then we repeat that material, la da 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 dee da, so that same motion happens. When we get to the third bar, things get very interesting. So la da 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 dee dee da. Here's the third bar. La da da dee ya da 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 dee ya. That first triplet. La da da dee. That's B natural going up to C sharp natural with the G sharp in between there. La da da dee. This is harmonized by a 5 chord, but not a major 5 as we would probably expect, but a minor 5. Usually in minor we find the raised 7th scale degree, and that's so that we give the 5 chord the same resolving power, or maybe the same resolving potential that it has in the major key, especially if you consider the case of the dominant 7, where we would want that tritone motion to collapse inward as part of the resolution. Here, however, Dvorak is affecting a more peasant dance or a more folk song approach, so it stays more strictly modal. So instead of the B being raised to B sharp, we'll stick with B natural. La da da dee ya da 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 dee ya. So our chords here, we had that minor 5 that resolves to a 1-6-4, so a 1 chord in second inversion. So we're maintaining the 5 in the bass. That is followed by a somewhat mysterious chord, and when I first got here, I wrote down minor 4-7. That's not unheard of, but that's not the most common. That is followed by a flat 7 major chord. Well, now I'm starting to get uncomfortable. Anytime I write flat 7 major, I think, something else is probably happening here. There may yet be a better explanation, and indeed there is. The very next chord of the following bar is an E major chord, which we could call 3 in the key of C sharp minor, but I think it's actually better if we retreat backwards by 2 chords. That chord that I had written down is 4-7. If we think of it in the key of E, that F sharp minor chord is actually better understood as a 2-7 chord, and that makes the very next chord, the one we had called flat 7 major, as a dominant chord in the key of E, finally resolving to E on the downbeat. this is only a temporary modulation. In fact, let's not even use the word modulation. I prefer to think of this as a tonicization. This is very temporary because by the very next beat, we're already departing from that resolution, or that quasi-resolution that we had on E, and making our way back to the C-sharp minor. When we get to the piece and we listen to it, you'll notice in that moment there is a very brief shift to this major harmony that's just then immediately robbed from us as we get back to the C-sharp. So that whole passage, la-di-da-da, la-di-da, ya-da-da-da, ya-di-da-di, ya-da-da, ya-da-da-da-da, la-da-da-di. Now, repetition. La-da-da-da, la-di-da, ya-da-da-da, la-di-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. A beautiful moment. You'll forgive my singing, ladies and gentlemen. I've had to apologize for my singing before. So, as you heard, this was a variation from the first time we heard this melody, and I just want to point out something that I find very interesting in this. There's already been a lot of play rhythmically. This has been implied by my singing, but I'll spell it out now. We begin with the triplet, that's followed by duples. Da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da, ya-da-da-dum, da-dee-dum. In that next passage, we have triplets, a quarter note, and then 16th notes. Ya-da-da-dee, ya-da-da-da-dee, ya. Now, when we repeat this melody, when we get to that third bar, instead of the triplet, we go right into the 16th notes, and then, after a couple of beats, we actually get a quintuplet, and then the resolution on the high tonic. I am not experienced in singing these. I will give it a go. La-da-da-da, la-dee-da, ya-da-da-da, la-dee-da-da-da-da-da-da, la-da-da-da-da-da. I put in a slight retard there. That's actually written in the piece, and a good excuse for my sloppy snapping. Alright, we've now completed this melody, 2 statements here in the Un Poco Huo Mozo, and we now arrive at one of my favorite sections. In fact, I like to call this the jazz section. I like to call this the jazz section because of what happens in the bass. We get a nice staccato walking bass line. Now, I don't know that I sang the right notes there. I was more going for style. I know that it's a bit of a non sequitur to call this the jazz section. In fact, I looked into this a little bit. The term jazz actually dates back to the 1860s, so Dvorak, in his time in the United States, may have actually run across the term. However, the term wasn't used as a musical term until 1915, well after the writing of this piece. So, with a grain of salt, we'll call this the jazz section. Now let's first look at this walking bass line, now that I have the music here in front of me. It's 1, 3, 5, 3, 4, 6, 5, 1. This would be the opening gesture. So in that, now these are just single notes, but we can have some implied harmonies. So we have a 1 chord on the first beat, moving to 4 on the third beat, back to 1 on beat 4. Now, the very next bar, our bass line plays an F sharp, an A natural, and then, surprisingly, a D natural. We are in the key of C sharp minor. The D should be D sharp, but it is D natural. It is lowered from its position. This should be ringing bells with some of you. This is a flat 2, and it is a flat 2 major triad that we've just outlined in first inversion, and that is a very common chord. This would be our Neapolitan 6th chord. So, the bass will outline the Neapolitan 6th. There is a very briefly implied 5 chord at the end of the bar because we get a B sharp as our leading tone motion, bringing us back to 1 on the very next bar. Now the very next bar has actually some surprising notes in it as well. So we have C sharp, D sharp, E, that's not surprising, but then we leap to A sharp, E sharp, and then we leap down to G sharp. Now A sharp and B sharp, well, B sharp's not so strange because that is our leading tone. In fact, we had it just the previous bar. The A sharp might be a little strange. I think the best way to explain this is to say that this passage is actually just using the melodic minor scale. If we think of it that way, then we can call this whole bar 1, and we don't need to think too much more about it. The very next measure, 4 chord, and then at the end of that bar we get a 2 diminished 5, followed by 1 to a nice cadence. Melodically, over the top of this business that's happening in the bass, we have actually a very elongated melody. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, 5, 4, 3, 3, 2, 4, 3, 2, 3, 1. What's that, Chester? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know how puckish my producer Chester can be. He's demanding solfege. I will give it a go. Do, re, mi, sol, fa, mi, sol, fa, mi, re, fa, mi, do. Anyways, simple ascent, descent, very beautiful line. Very beautiful line. We have the best lines in Dvorak. Moving forward, we have a repetition of that melody. We have some more motion in the jazz bass line that we have down there. Continuing on with our harmonic analysis, and to help us out here, I didn't write down measure numbers on my bass part here. That will make things difficult. We'll just have to count together, starting at 54, 5, 6, 7, 8, 59, and bar 59 of the work. Now, we begin on the 1 chord, as before, move to the 6 chord. We're in a 6 area. The very next chord would be flat 7. Now, we've run into this before, and as we might guess from what's happened before, that flat 7's followed by 3. Again, I think it is better if we just call this 5-1 in the key of E as a temporary tonicization. So, at the end of that bar, we are now in a descending E triad. That is followed by, on the downbeat of the next bar, a D natural, outlining a D major triad. Now, that's the same D major we had before. That's our Neapolitan chord, this time in root position. That is followed by 6, 4, 2 diminished, 5, and then 1. Now, we've heard 2 statements of that simple rising and falling melody. We return to the triplety material we had at the start of this with a few additional features that I'd like to point out. So, here we are. La da da da, la dee da ya da da da. While that is happening, there is a counter melody that's introduced. So that begins with a descending triplet. The counter melody begins with an ascending triplet. Something like la da 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 da, la dee da ya da 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 da. You'll forgive me butchering the pitches there. It's quite all right. When we hear the real work here in a couple of moments, you'll get to hear this in its full glory, I promise you. Now, while that's all happening, and we have the triplets and the 2 voices, we actually are hearing 16th notes in the accompaniment. Doing almost just outlining chords in these simple movements, almost an Alberti bass sort of passage if it were the bass and not some inner voice. That gives us a rhythmic dissonance of 4 against 3. On the one hand, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the other hand, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and so on. So, 4 against 3 happening. Very interesting. Harmonically, nothing that we haven't heard before. In fact, we're just hearing that melody again, la da da da, and as it goes. So the 1, the 4 chord, the 1, the 4 chord, that minor 5 that we ran into before, the 1, 6, 4, that same brief tonicization of E that I find to be so beautiful that gets immediately swept away and back to the 1 chord. Then we hear the repetition of this melody, but this time things do change. So that initial chord, la da da da, that was on 1, before went to 4, 6. So that's a minor 4 chord. This would be an F sharp minor chord. In first inversion, so we would have an A in the bass. But this time, the chord is altered. And instead of the F sharp minor chord in first inversion, we have an A7 chord. Now, I've been referring to this as A7 the whole time, although, of course, those of you who are paying attention know that when we were in D flat, this was actually a B double flat chord. But now that we're in the key of C sharp minor, this is a proper A7 chord. However, its relationship to the tonic is unchanged. So we can still expect that this will behave as we would expect this to be a German augmented 6th chord. Let's see if that holds true. That A7 chord goes back to 1. and then we hear it again. This is not surprising. We had that same motion when we heard this passage before. The very next bar, though, lands on the Neapolitan chord. And now we can go back and say, Dvorak has played a trick on us. Before, that A7 chord was functioning as a German augmented sixth, but now that it's been respelled, it's truly functioning as an A dominant chord. In fact, it's functioning as a tonicization, a 5 chord of the Neapolitan. So A7 of D. The D chord, now that we're in the Neapolitan, is followed by a 1-6-4 chord. This is a real common motion. In fact, this is common. Earlier I mentioned the German augmented sixth chord rarely proceeds directly to the dominant on account of the parallel motion that would ensue. That's a similar problem for the Neapolitan chord. If the Neapolitan chord resolves directly to the tonic, then we run into the same problem of parallels. The most common solution, I would say, is that the Neapolitan chord is usually presented in first inversion. That way, what would be our fourth scale degree can rise up to 5 even as our other voices descend into the 5 chord. Here in this case, we're going from a root position Neapolitan chord to a root position 5 chord, and to smooth the way, we meander through a 1 chord in second inversion. So Neapolitan, 1-6-4, and at bar 72, we arrive on the dominant. All of this is accompanied by some descending figures in the strings. It's very lovely. Now we get a mystery. Starting in bar 73 and continuing to 4, 5, 6, bar 77, we have a harmonically vague passage. We'll plow through it and then we'll look back and see what lessons we learned. We begin clearly on the dominant. We've been on the dominant. We maintain a E sharp in the lower voice. The upper voice is on E as an appoggiatura, but that moves very quickly down to D sharp. And now we have the B sharp and the D sharp outlining our 5 chord. The bass moves to an A natural. Written, this looks like an augmented second. It feels more like a minor third, of course, so we move down to the A natural. The upper voice was on D sharp, now comes to D natural. If I'm not mistaken, we also have another voice in F sharp. So now we have a D major triad. This was the Neapolitan chord, but things are getting a little dicey, so let's just use literal chord names. This is a D chord in first inversion. That is followed by a G major chord. That is in turn followed by an E half diminished, and then as the upper voice resolves from D natural to C sharp, we get to a more of an E fully diminished chord that's laid out there. Then the lower voices move down and we get a D sharp half diminished chord, and as the other voices play catch up, that eventually arrives to an A chord in first inversion, and finally arrives on the 5 chord in first inversion, where we will remain. That is our moment of resolution, well, so to speak, that we've arrived on the dominant there. Alright, so looking backwards, what lessons can we learn? Well, we started in 5 and we ended in 5. So, broad strokes, let's call this whole thing a dominant extension. Just a chromatic elaboration, the static harmony, which is the dominant 5 chord. Given that it's that, let's look at this chromatic elaboration. Working backwards, before the dominant we had the A6 chord. That chord is an augmented 6th chord in this context. And before that, we moved through 2 very unstable chords, the tritones, and prior to that, we had the D resolving to G. I think the point of all these chords and their chromatic meanderings is not to provide us with any particular harmonic sense. In fact, I think it's designed specifically to make our harmonic sense vague. Again, just a chromatic elaboration of the static harmony, we remain in the dominant. That prepares us for measure, excuse me here to look at my notes, 78. In measure 78, we return to the jazz section, if you'll forgive me, although this time without the pizzicato bass, the effect is still there. We hear that very charming melody again, the and so on. So we hear all of that melody again, Harmonically, I think this section is identical. So there's orchestrational differences, but we've heard this before. So we proceed through measure 83. Measure 84 is where we get that brief tonicization of E to 5-1. This takes a turn, though, in bar 85, where we land on a bold statement of the Neapolitan chord. Then, we, by degrees, make our way back to the dominant. I believe this is the first time this has happened. I may have overlooked an instance before, but here in measure 87, we finally reach the resolution of that melody. 4, 3, 3. Oh, forgive me, I've lost my tonal center. This happens from time to time. 1, 2, 3, so 4, 3, 2, 1. And at the moment that we have that 1, we hear a recap of the triplet material from the beginning of this section. If you are familiar with these terms, that would be an elision, that the note of resolution of one passage is also the note of departure of the next. La-da-da-dum, we've heard this melody before, we've heard this melody again. Hearing it this time, we were in bar 88. When we get to bar 89, and we get that 3, 2, 1, 5. At the moment the melody hits 5, there's a shift that happens in the accompanying voices, and our E becomes E sharp. So we were in the key of C sharp minor. Well, I suppose we still are in the key of C sharp minor. Spoiler alert. We were in the key of C sharp minor, and now we have this sudden shift at the end of this melody to bring us into C sharp major. That prepares us for one of the most rewarding moments in this entire piece. Over this now C sharp harmony that we've got. And let's call this a static harmony. We might, if we really dig in, we might find opportunities to elaborate some other chords. But I think the next passage we can understand well enough just saying this is a giant major tonic. Over the C sharp chord, we get these sextuplet gestures that start to appear. All of that material happening as we are building in intensity. Starting here at piano, we will continue to grow in dynamics. We will continue to grow in orchestral complexity. We'll get a return. I believe this happens in... I hope I wrote this down. Yes, measure 92. In measure 92, we have sextuplets, and we also get 16th notes. So this is similar to before. Before we had 4 against 3. This is 6 against 4. 6 being a multiple of 3, of course, gives us essentially the same sort of, let's call it, rhythmic dissonance that we had on that previous occasion. So, we make our way through this triplety section. We have this other little melody that's coming in. Building and building and building and building, and surprise, ladies and gentlemen, we land on a major chord. We have been in C sharp minor, and if we had continued in C sharp minor, this would not be very surprising. We would just call this 6. But since we've moved to C sharp major, the effect here is quite startling. So we reach the 6th chord. The 6th chord, as it turns out, is our point of arrival. We have arrived on A. The accompaniment, maybe I should say this. While we arrive on that chord, we are reaching the climax of the section. But Dvorak is always mindful of the fact that this is not a piece in isolation. This is a part of a much larger work. This is a part of a symphony, of course. And so he reaches back at this moment of climax to the first movement, and he grabs a little snippet of melody. Do you know the one? La-da-dee-dum, la-da-da-da-da, it's a delightful melody. You recall the one, of course, from the first movement. We don't hear the entire statement of that melody. He doesn't need to state the entire melody. We heard that before. Instead, he gives us just the la-da-dee-dum, la-da-dee-dum. So we have the climax of one set of material. We have the arrival of this familiar melody from the first movement. We've gradually proceeded from piano all the way to a nice forte climax, even a fortissimo climax. Orchestrationally, we've gotten more complex. Rhythmically, we've gotten more complex. This is, if you'll forgive me, a giant cymbal crash. And this resolution, the cymbal crash, in my mind, being when we arrive on the A major chord. Everything that follows over the next several bars are as if listening to the decay of that cymbal crash. We had the moment of impact, now we listen to things spill out, the unavoidable result of us hitting that cymbal to begin with, and we hear that familiar melody. This takes us to measure 100, where we reach the end of that section. A beautiful climax, a beautiful moment, and a beautiful piece of music. Oh, what's that, Chester? Ladies and gentlemen, my producer Chester, he's shouting at me again. Well, shouting's maybe overstating it, but I'm sorry to say, ladies and gentlemen, that it has happened once again, as it seems to happen so many times, that we've actually run out of time to listen to this piece of music. But that is quite alright. The New World Symphony is an extremely popular piece of music. I have no doubt that all of you already have a copy of it in your record collections at home. I'll have to leave it as an exercise to you, the listener, to take what we've discussed today and go and listen to this work and really dig in to the beautiful melodies and music of Dvorak. Okay, turning back to measure 101. So now we are at the Meno mosso, the tempo 1. Here we have a return of the opening melodies. We're gonna skip that brass fanfare. That doesn't happen here. Instead, right back to the la di di ya da da la da di ya da la di di. Then here's that augmented fifth chord that was so beautiful the first time. La da di ya da. And I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes when I speak during a passage of music, my need to stay with the meter causes my mouth to say things that are not strictly true. When I say an augmented 5 chord, of course I mean an augmented 5 chord tonicizing 6 in our key of D flat. And which reminds me, also here at the Meno mosso, bar 101, we have returned to the key of D flat, which is a sudden transition from the key of A that we were in. Well, everything plays out as we would expect. Now we're back to that pedal 4 we had. This would have occurred in bar 11, the start of the work. But this time it's slightly different because it is interrupted by little moments of silence. Just hear a little bit of it, and then we rest. And then we hear just a little bit more, then rest. Dvorak, he's playing with us. He knows that we know this melody already. We've heard it so many times. So we have the expectation of what will happen. He plays with us. He draws it out. Doesn't let us have the resolution we need. Well, once the 4 section comes to a close, we return to the beginning of the melody. This time accompanied by that same horn fifths passage that came before, this time in the strings. We're now in bar 111. There is some chromatic alterations that happen. We get a very quick A7 chord, or B double flat chord that we had before so many times, also playing now a more of a passing tone motion here in bar 111. In bar 112, we have the descending bass line that we've heard before. You'll recall this descending bass line the first time arrived on 5, the second time arrived on 4. This time, it also arrives on 4, but surprisingly, very surprisingly, it is the wrong 4 chord, or I should say the borrowed 4 chord. When we get to that 4, it's minor 4. Or, you might think of this as 2 half diminished over a 4 in the bass. Either way, it's a very surprising chord, especially since we've heard this melody so many times, and every other time we've had the major version of this chord. Now we're borrowing from the minor collection to have the minor version. It demonstrates tremendous compositional restraint to have saved this savory moment for here, near the end of the work. Now we have the 1 chord, the 4 chord, the 1 chord. This is our same cadential extension that we've had before. We finally arrive at a string line that just gradually descends, gradually descends, gradually descends, and finally makes its way to what I believe is the true moment of resolution in this piece, the tonic chord in bar 120. But we're not done yet. In bar 120, we get a recapitulation of that opening gesture, that opening horn chorale, although the version that we will hear is actually the second version that we heard with the altered chords, since, as in that case, we are both beginning and ending in D flat. So D flat, G in first inversion, D flat, B flat, G flat, E flat minor, possibly a C diminished if that is your pleasure, and then we arrive on the terminal D flat. Some decorations of rising string arpeggios. Finally, very high, very quiet resolution on E flat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you spending your time with me. I love to talk about music, and I love especially to talk about music with you. If you have any comments or questions, do not hesitate to contact me at the email address Chester announced at the beginning of the hour. I apologize that we don't get to actually listen to the piece of music. I am too long-winded. I want too much for you to be informed about what you will hear in these pieces, and I have let my mouth and my theory mind run away with me once again. Well, until next time, remember, every day is a blessing, ladies and gentlemen, especially those days when we have music in our lives.
The Australian Radio School for Students in Rural Areas. This episode of the School of the Air will be on the period known as the Great Emu War, or as some know it, the Emu War. One of the few military actions in which Australian soldiers have fought and lost, the other notably being the Vietnam War. This war was fought between a large herd of emus, a species of large flightless bird native to Australia, and former soldiers with military training and military equipment in 1932. To give a little bit of context, soldiers who fought for Australia in World War I returned to find that many of them did not have jobs, but many of them did have large military wages accrued from the times overseas where they could not spend it. And for a long time, this managed to keep them afloat. However, as the Great Depression neared, many soon discovered that they would not have enough money to live off for them or their families. And during this time, there were many farmers who were encouraged to purchase wheat crops as the government promised that they would provide some form of subsidy. Many ex-soldiers realized that this was an opportunity for them, and they went and bought cheap land in Western Australia, in the Campion district, and this land is arid desert and was not suitable for farming. They also invested much of their money in wheat crops, which they planted, assuming there would be the subsidy, which the politicians failed to provide. After much discussion about how to deliver said subsidy, they gave up on the idea entirely. As you know, deserts are not good for farming due to the low nutrient content of the soil. And the Australian soil in particular has many hard sandstone areas which are almost entirely devoid of nutrient content or moisture of any kind. As such, the farmers had very little yield on their wheat, and those that did had invested a lot more money than they were anticipating to get these wheat crops to grow. During the end of the 1930 era, there was a large herd of 20,000 emus, approximately. The count is not finalized yet, that migrated for their breeding season, heading from coast regions to inland regions, which is their traditional mating migration. Much of the land bought by the farmers was in this inland region, and given the large amounts of water that the farmers had imported and cultivated, the emus saw this region as an excellent opportunity for them to gain sustenance for the turbulent mating ahead. The mating habits of the emu are well documented in our previous lesson titled The Mating Habits of the Emu. During this time, many emus ravaged the crops of these ex-soldiers, and the soldiers petitioned their local members, only to find that there was little they could do. Upset with this, the soldiers formed a union and sent a message to the Minister of Defence at that time, Sir George Pearce. As they had served in World War I, many soldier settlers were aware of the power of the Ministry of Defence in dealing with situations that required force and that often could include military assistance to civilians who were trying to establish their livelihoods in war-torn areas. Unsure how to deal with this situation, the minister sent the soldiers a large amount of food, temporary accommodation, and ammunition. Sir George Pearce also wanted to document this incident and sent out many cinematographers in order to document the support the government was giving to the people. They thought it would be an outstanding PR exercise. Unfortunately, everyone involved underestimated the emu. Military involvement began in October of 1932. The war was conducted under command of Major Meredith of the 7th Heavy Battery of the Royal Australian Artillery. There were several soldiers armed with Lewis Enfield rifles and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. The operation had to be delayed due to some rainfall, and this caused the emus to scatter over the area. The rain stopped in November 1932 and troops were deployed. However, due to the nature of the spreading of the emus, they found themselves outflanked by the emus. Their superior military knowledge astounded and overwhelmed the soldiers of the 7th Heavy Battery. On November 2, the men travelled where some 50 emus were sighted. The birds, however, were out of range of the guns that they had brought. Local settlers attempted to herd emus into an ambush, but the birds split into smaller groups and ran so that they were difficult to target. Various machine guns were used, but ineffective due to their range, and the second round of gunfire was able to kill a number of birds, But later that same day, they would encounter a second flock. The next significant event happened 2 days later, where the Major Meredith was able to establish an ambush near a local dam. 1,000 emus were spotted heading towards their position. By this time, the gunners had been trained to wait until they were within distance of their rifle. Sadly, the machine gun jammed after only 12 birds were killed. The remainder scattered before more could be killed due to the loud sounds of the machine gun. No more birds were seen for the rest of that day, and the battle failed to achieve its desired outcome of the slaughter of a mere 1,000 birds. In the days that followed, there were limited access to the birds, and found it difficult to near them to the distance which was required. 6 days after the first engagement, there had been 2,500 rounds of the 10,000 rounds of ammunition spent, but the number of birds killed was likely to be less than 50 birds. The settlers were also attacking birds at this time. They had managed to obtain around 200 casualties. However, both the army and the settlers suffered severe casualties due to the obscene violence of these native Australian birds. Dominic Cerventry, an ornithologist, summarizes the attempts at culling these birds as follows. The machine gunner's dreams of point-blank fire into serried masses of emus were soon dissipated. The emu command had evidently ordered guerrilla tactics, and its unwielding army split up into innumerable small amounts that made use of military equipment uneconomic. A crestfallen field force therefore withdrew from combat area after about a month. After the withdrawal, Meredith compared the emus to Zulus, with significant striking mobility, even when badly wounded. Australia fled its first encounter with the emu detachment. It quickly became clear that more military force was needed as the emu attacks on crops increased. The attacks of the military had forced the emus away from the natural sources of food and resulted in them needing to raid the town for supplies. Farmers begged for further support, citing hot weather and a drought brought by the emus invading their farms in the thousands. The Premier of Western Australia lent his strong support to try and renew the military assistance. At this time, the base commander had reported false numbers, indicating that in just a small few periods of time, the emus had been killed in much larger numbers than the actual reality of the matter. As a result of the base commander's report, which had falsified emu casualties, in 12th of November, the Ministry of Defence approved a resumption of military efforts. This decision was defended in the Senate, explaining that the soldiers were necessary to combat serious agricultural threat of a large emu population. taking to the field on the 13th of November 1932, the military found some degree of success over the first 2 days, with approximately 40 emus killed. On the third day, the 15th of November, the emus struck back. The guns were damaged by this emu attack, as were many soldiers. A sad time in Australia's history. The guns were roughly counting for approximately 100 emu deaths per week by the 2nd of December. However, Meredith claims in his reports that closer to 1,000 kills were more likely. He suggested a rate of 10 rounds per confirmed kill. Meredith claimed that 2,500 wounded birds had died as a result of injuries that they had sustained and not died from instantaneously. Despite all these problems with the cull, the farmers were required to request further assistance in 1934, 1943 and 1948, each time to be turned down by the government, explaining that there was no longer a need given Meredith's falsified numbers. The government instituted instead a bounty system that had formerly been in place since 1923, and this proved effective for the soldiers who needed money and took matters into their own hands. To this day, 57,034 bounties were claimed in response to the Great Emu Bounty. By December of 1932, the Emu War had spread far and wide thanks to the news reporters that were sent by the army. This was sent overseas to the United Kingdom and America, though quickly covered up by the Australian government in those overseas countries. This is one of our truly sad moments in Australian history, and something which brings great shame to our proud military nation. Thank you for listening. This has been the School of the Air, and please be aware for the dangers that emus pose should you encounter some in the desert.
On page 48. Still lots of fun shapes on this page left to color in. In the top left corner, there's a little diamond shape. I'm going to use my periwinkle on this one. Looking over the page, I see many identical diamond shapes. I'm going to fill those in as well. There we go. Always careful to stay in the lines. And next to that first diamond in that upper left corner, there's some ovals on what appears to be a large wing, maybe? well, whatever it is, I'm going to fill it in with the inner ovals with my medium fire orange color. What is that? There's this one. Or did I actually want this one? Let's go with that second one. Want that to be a little bit darker. So I'm going to go over it one more time. Around each of these ovals is a slightly larger oval. Now for these, I will use a slightly lighter shade of orange. And I think I'm going to choose, oh here it is, Forlornge. It's my favorite shade of orange. Now here's a fun shape. Now looking underneath the first diamond, there's a heart shape behind it. So this one's a bit more complicated. For the outer part of the heart, I will use my fire truck red. For the inner heart, probably bismuth pink. And finally, using the baby pink for the little rays of love coming out of the inner heart shape. Now, while I'm at it, I'm just going to go ahead and fill in all the rest of the hearts as well. There's one over here. With this just right. It's really starting to come together now. Well, here's an easy one. I'm going to go ahead and color in all the star shapes that are used all over the page. For this, I'm going to use the aptly named Starry Yellow. I'm going to go back in with my metallic gold colored pencil, add some shading. Little dull. Why don't you just sharpen that? We'll make that easier. Looking at that first heart in the upper left, there's some kind of tendril shape over it. It's partially obscuring that heart. I'm choosing Incredible Green for this task. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 more tendrils around our picture. Using that same Incredible Green, I'm going to color the rest of the vine-ish shapes now. Almost done. We just need to... Oops, it looks like I missed one of those little diamond shapes. Let's see, I think that was baby blue. Let's fill this guy in. No, that doesn't look right. Oh, you know what? It was my periwinkle. Take out my trusty eraser. Okay, now we're going to use the right color. Periwinkle. I can't believe I made that mistake. Much better. Now that all of the little shapes are colored in, I'm going to color in the background. Now, the background is the negative space that surrounds us all. Of course, this should be really, really dark. I'll use my blackest blue for this. Where did I put that? Well, that's it. Oh, now I see it. Turns out, that's a picture of a cat and a unicorn flying through the night sky. Okay. Wow. Well, page 49 is next. Let's start in the top left corner, as usual. So in the top left corner, I see a flower shape, and I think I'm going to color that orange.
Origami with Kim. Today, we'll be making a paper crane. I hope you have fun with this, as it can make an interesting hobby or something to do in your spare time. Origami is something that's best done on your own, as such mentioned hobby, since it's origami and not you or anyone else. Step 1. Find a blank square of paper. This works as if you use a paper that is completely square and suggested sizes of 4x4, 6x6, or 8x8. Alternate sizes include 3x3, 5x5, 7x7, and 9x9. The first thing you will want to do is to turn your paper with one end facing towards you and the opposite end facing away from you, much like a baseball diamond if you were standing behind home plate. Now, take the top part of the paper and pull it directly down to the bottom corner. Create a crease line just strong enough that you can see it, but not so strong as to rip the paper. Open the paper back up. Grab the left corner of the paper and match it to the right corner of the paper and create another crease, as we mentioned before. We should note here that this can also be done by matching the bottom to the top and the right to the left if you want to reverse the way in which it was done. Whichever is comfortable for you is the best to do. Now open your paper back up. You will now want to turn your paper so it makes a square. Take the top portion of the paper and fold down to the bottom portion, making a crease again. Now open the paper. Take the left portion of the paper and fold across to the right portion of the paper. As I stated before, this can be done top to bottom or bottom to top, left to right or right to left. The choice is up to you. Open your paper. At this point, you will have a paper with many creases in it. What you want to do is to fold the top corner of the paper down to the bottom while folding in the left and right. When you're done, you'll have a piece of paper that resembles a kite. When you have a paper that resembles a kite, bring the right corner of the top flap into the middle crease. It will make it so that the lower right edge of the line lines up with the crease, as so. Fold down the top corner to make the crease lie along the horizontal line created by your first step. This will create a triangle inside your paper. Now, you want to unfold the last 3 folds. It's very important that you unfold the last 3 folds and no more than 3. After you do this, you'll return to having a square with an opening that faces down. You want to fold the bottom corner of the square up along the horizontal crease from the previous steps to the top corner. Reverse the 2 creases on the upper flap by folding it in the opposite direction that it naturally folds. This may feel unnatural, which is okay. You'll now bring the outer edges of the paper into the middle and flatten it. This creates a diamond shape that looks much like the diamonds used in the original Land of the Lost. Turn the paper over, rewind this tape, and repeat steps 6 through 9. If you're not done with that, please take more time. If you still need more time, feel free to pause the tape and hit play when you're ready. Good. I'm glad we're together on this. Now fold the outer edges of the diamond to the middle of the crease. Next, you'll want to fold the right flap over to the left, kind of like you'd turn a page in a book. Good job. Now turn over the shape and repeat on this side. Then fold the right flap to the left again. We'll give you a moment to get caught up. If you're not caught up at this point, please feel free to pause the tape and hit play when you're ready. Good work. We're almost there. Now fold the bottom tip of the flap up to the top corner, turn over, and repeat on the other side. Fold the right flap over to the left. Again, do this as you turn the page of a book. Now, turn over and repeat on the back. Now the head and tail are nestled between what will become the wings. Isn't that interesting? To create the head, fold the wings down so that they are perpendicular to the body. Now you'll see the head and tail coming out. The head can be made by simply folding the tip down. The tail can also be folded down for a slightly more festive look, although it is suggested that the tail be folded much further down than the head. Now pull the head and tail out so that they line up with the outer edge of the body. At this point, you can fold the wings out to both the left and the right. You will also see a hole in the bottom of the crane. This allows you to blow into the hole and blow up your crane for a fun 3D look. And that is how you make a paper crane. Next, on Origami with Kim, we will make a jumping frog. This may be slightly more advanced than the other paper crane. As such, it uses a different sized paper. First, you want to start with a rectangular sheet of paper. This can be done by using a paper that is 2x2 on top and bottom, but 6x6 on left and right, commonly referred to as 2x6. Other sided paper can be used, such as 3x7, 4x8, or even 5x9. The main purpose of this paper is that it must be rectangular. Step 1. Place your paper with the long sides, the 6x6 sides, moving away from you. So you will have a 2x2 side next to you and at the furthest point away. Make your first crease by folding the paper in half left to right. You'll want to press down and create a crease, but not so strong as to rip the paper. Once you're done with this, fold your paper back open so that you can see your crease. Again, this can be done left to right or right to left, depending on your personal preference. Now, looking at your paper from a triangle, grab the top right triangle and fold evenly down to the left side of the page. Please note, this will not go down to the bottom left of the page since we're working with a triangle but not a square. If it was a square, it would match up evenly. This will not. Create a crease along your new fold line, following the instructions for creating a crease from step 1. Open your paper and do the same with the other corner. Again, these corners are interchangeable, so feel free to have some fun with it and make it your own by doing whichever corner you'd like to do first. Now, open up your paper. Looking at your triangle, you will see you have 3 lines, one going from left to right, one going from top to bottom, and a third one going from right to left. As you look at these lines, you will see that they intersect at a point in the middle of the page left to right, but in the top third of the page going top to bottom. you will take the top of your paper and move it down to create a fourth crease intersecting that center point. Like in our last step, this will not go all the way down to the bottom of your page, but will roughly fold over a third of the page to cover up the second third, leaving a bottom third open. Now open your page. Now, looking at your page as a triangle with many intersecting lines, you will take the line we just created on the left and right side and pull that in to the center, moving down the page. When you do so, this will give you a piece of paper that looks somewhat like a house, with a bottom third of the page as a single block and a triangle above it with paper folded on the inside. I'll give you a moment, if you don't have this look, to go back and try the first few steps again. If you need more time, feel free to pause this tape here, rewind as necessary, and play again. Good. Now, fold the uppermost triangles up to the top point. You'll then fold the sides into the center line. When you're done, this will give you a look of a triangle on top of two pillars. Now fold the bottom of the paper towards the end until it sits in the center of the top diamond. Once again, we have a piece of paper that looks somewhat like a house. Now fold the same part, the house part, bends downwards in half. Turn it over and your jumping frog is finished. You will be able to pull down his arms in front and simply tap on his buttocks to make him jump. And for our last origami with Kim, we're going to do one for the kids. Start again with a rectangle piece of paper. As a refresher on sizes, this could be a 2x5, 3x7, 4x8, 5x9, or other rectangular size. To start, you'll hold the piece of paper so the short end, 2x2, is both against you and away from you, with the long ends being a 5x5, 7 or 9x5, meaning 5 inches on the left, 5 inches on the right. Fold your paper in half left to right and make a crease. Be careful when making your crease not to make your crease too strong as to rip the paper, but you do want to make the crease strong enough as to be able to see the crease when unfolded. Unfold your paper. Again, as in previous origami, you can do this left to right or right to left in this scenario. You should do it as your heart desires. Now, looking at your square, fold the top to the bottom. In step 3, you'll now fold the top corners down to the center line. You'll start to see the classic look of a hat. Now take the bottom edge, the uppermost layer only, and fold up to the base of the triangles. This will create one half of your hat. Fold this up once again and make a crease. Turn the model over and repeat steps 4 and 5 on the other side. We'll give you a moment. Were you able to complete the steps? If so, great. If not, please take a moment to pause the tape, go back and complete steps 4 and 5 on both sides, and then press play on the tape again. Now hold on, we're almost ready for any birthday fun with step 7 and our final step. You are now looking at a piece of paper with a triangle and a long rectangle on the bottom, which looks similar to a paper hat. In this final step, open out the hat to shape it. Your hat is now finished. Congratulations. I hope that you have had fun with Origami with Kim, and will come back next week and many weeks afterwards as we explore in our origami adventure. Thank you. 2016-2017. Executive Summary. The district serves more than 4,000 students in early childhood through grade 12, with over 700 staff members at 8 school sites and an alternative center. The Communication Office seeks to support the district's mission to educate all students by improving communication and building relationships within the community. The objective of all communication strategies is to meet the district's goals. Current status. Since November 2015, the district has been dealing with increased scrutiny and declining public confidence due to major issues with budgets and administration. The challenges of maintaining public confidence and communicating effectively with all segments of the community affect not only the school district, but also the community itself. Focus. The Communication and Public Relations Office will focus its resources on leveraging cost-effective social media strategies, fostering partnerships with community stakeholders and businesses, using local media where appropriate and feasible, expanding in-house video and content production, and helping to develop communication capacity at district schools in order to ultimately have a positive impact on public confidence and perception of the district. The comprehensive plan detailed here will be used as a basis for the office's accountability, as well as providing a framework for resource and budgetary allocation. This plan is a working document that allows the Communication Office to make necessary changes based on the circumstances and vision of what the district needs in the future. Communication and Public Relations mission: to build public understanding and support for the district. District mission. The mission of the district is to educate all students to become productive citizens of a dynamic global community. District vision. The district is a model teaching and learning community that graduates productive and caring citizens who are prepared to succeed. District goals. Academic achievement. Every child is supported and nurtured with a systemic process to reach their full potential. Parent and community engagement. Schools, parents, and the community function as a team to support a learning community. Safe and orderly schools. Maintain a learning environment that is conducive to high-performing schools. Accountability. Employ effective and efficient accountability systems that evaluate the academic, operation, and fiscal performance of the school district. This comprehensive communication plan aligns with the district's goals. Goal 1. Academic achievement. By recognizing student and school successes, encouraging them through various recognitions, and allowing the community to celebrate the achievements of district students and schools. Meaningful public engagement encourages community involvement in education that benefits children and increases student achievement. Goal 2. Parent and community engagement. By fostering greater connection between the schools and various stakeholders in the community. Goal 3. Safe and orderly schools. By disseminating important information to staff, students, parents, and community about the expectations, policies, protocols, and procedures for all those involved in our schools and programs. Also by making important safety and emergency information available to all students, staff, parents, as quickly and accurately as possible. Goal 4, accountability. By making accountability information available through a variety of outlets and helping the district to respond to all legal informational requests in a timely manner in accordance with relevant state and federal law. Desired behaviors and attitudes. Internal audiences. Take pride and ownership in the district and keep informed on key issues. Show mutual trust and understanding and value all roles within the organization. Work as a high-performing organization that respects, values customer feedback. Exhibit district core values. External audiences. Exhibit community pride and trust in our schools and the school district. Feel involved and engaged in the district. Choose to enroll in the district because of quality educational and extracurricular opportunities. Support the district. Internal audiences include students, parents, teachers, principals, support staff, employees, administration, and the Board of Education. External audiences include taxpayers, senior citizens, retirees, business leaders, media, civic leaders, legislators, religious leaders, neighborhood groups, new residents, prospective families. Communication channels. Print, newsletters and flyers. Electronic, websites, district and schools. Phone notification system. Email, social media, blog, and videos. Local media outlets. Print, 2 newspapers. Television. Radio. 2 multi-station networks, plus many independent and syndicated stations. Code of Ethics. The district is a member of the National School Public Relations Association and its state affiliate, and is guided by the hallmark of professionalism established by the organization's Code of Ethics. 1. Be guided by the pursuit of the public interest through the truth, accuracy, good taste, and fairness. Follow good judgment in releasing information. Not intentionally disseminate misinformation or confidential data. Avoid confidential data. Avoid actions that lessen personal, professional, or organizational reputation. 2. Give primary loyalty to the employing organization, insisting on the right to give advisory counsel in accordance with sound public relations ideas and practices. Cooperate with other groups while avoiding conflicts with primary responsibilities. Object to untenable policies or activities. 3. Be aware of personal influence. Avoid promises or granting of unprofessional advantage to others. refrain from accepting special consideration for influences on organizational decisions. Avoid unauthorized use of organizational facilities, resources, or professional services for personal gain or for promotion of the candidacy of aspirants to elected office. Forego derogatory acts or utterances against other professionals. 4. Recognize that effectiveness is dependent upon integrity and regard for ideals of the profession, not misrepresenting professional organizational qualifications. Give credit for ideas and words borrowed from others. Cooperate with professional colleagues to uphold and enforce this code. This plan is a working document that allows the Communication Office to make necessary changes based on the circumstances and vision of what the district needs in the future. Products and services. The following areas of focus can be considered products and services provided by the Communication Office. They are the basis of the work of the office to achieve the desired behaviors and attitudes of our internal and external publics. Community relations. Encourage public support and understanding of the district. Objectives. Increase opportunities for public input and response for two-way communication. Increase opportunities to share district information with the community. Increase opportunities for community members to interact with the Board of Trustees. Expand the use of technology and other forms of media. Strategies. Establish external key communicators network. Community forums and dialogue sessions. Promote school board meetings through increased information sources. Ensure district representation for community programs and organizations. Promote district knowledge and support of the district's foundation. Maintain effective communication through traditional print and non-traditional approaches. Work with alumni programs and retired educators to further the initiatives of the district, including advocacy of the district's mission, goals, and programs, and for alumni to support student achievement. Crisis communication. Mitigate negative impacts in the community and encourage fair, objective media coverage. Objectives. Counsel school principals and staff in managing crisis communication. Provide timely, accurate information to internal and external audiences. Work closely with the media to provide accurate, timely information. Evaluate and revise crisis management plan. Crisis management and communications training. On-site support in emergencies when possible. Immediate and ongoing counsel to principals, key staff, and district leadership in crisis issues and events that have the potential to become a crisis. Crisis communication plans specific to major incidents to include goals and key messages. Create written materials including talking points, fact sheets, and letters for schools to use in emergencies. District spokesperson with the media. Media relations. Help the district better communicate with target audiences. Objectives. Increase the number of positive stories provided to the media. Expand professional relationships with members of the local media. Increase use of social media networks to augment media efforts. Serve as district's primary liaison with the news media, including spokesperson at the direction of the superintendent. Strategies: press releases, briefings, photo ops, and conferences. New sources of information to augment or replace traditional media news releases. Relationship building and one-on-one story development. District fact sheets on district initiatives. Letters to the editor and guest editorials, opinion pieces. Coordinate key messages through existing district channels. Communication training. Enable employees to understand their role of serving as ambassador to the community. Objectives: increase opportunities for employees to receive communications training. Increase the number of employees who are trained in communications. Provide opportunities for board members to receive communications training. Strategies: public engagement, effective communication strategies, communication planning, school skills workshops, PR for principals, media relations, crisis communications, school board trainings. This plan is a working document that allows the communication office to make necessary changes based on circumstances and vision for the future of what the district needs. Public, family, and employee engagement. Empower employees and families to take ownership in their school and the district and foster collaborative relationship. Objectives: increase opportunities for staff and community members to become involved in meaningful public engagement with schools, the district, and school board. Increase students, parents, and employees' awareness of their role as customers and ambassadors of the district. Expand distribution of information to students and employees. Recognition of students, employees, internally and externally, for their accomplishments. Refine the Employee of the Month program to add value for staff. Assess employee morale and trust in the district. Increase employees' awareness of their role as ambassadors for the district. Community forums and dialogue sessions. Strategies: legislative forums, presentations, special event appearances, recognition programs, civic service organizations, memberships and attendance, strategic partnerships, publications, distribution of electronic newsletters based on Monday Memo for all employees to receive timely information. Assist schools and departments with internal communication plans and actions. Web communications. Provide the opportunity to reach a broad public with an immediate message that can be targeted directly to their interest. Two components link the district's web communication from external audiences to internal publics. District website and social media. Social media to include Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Pinterest. Objectives: reach more stakeholders, and audiences through electronic communication. Increase awareness of information that will build community involvement. Place growing emphasis on electronic two-way communication. Apply standards for district and school sites for posting and updating. Adhere to standards of quality for content, design, and management. Increase exposure of various social media channels. Strategies. Improve current district and social media school websites to better engage audiences. Investigate opportunities for expanding and/or improving electronic communication, such as blogs or other social media opportunities. Review processes for schools and principals to post consistently. Connect all district social media in a way that promotes awareness across all platforms. This plan is a working document that allows the Communication Office to make necessary changes based on the circumstances and vision of what the district needs in the future.
Leon received 3 armies for occupying 11 territories. Leon placed 3 armies in China. Leon attacked India from China with 3 armies. Trent defended with 1 army. Leon rolled 6, 5, and 5. Trent rolled 6. Leon lost 1 army. Leon continued the attack with 2 armies. Trent defended with 1 army. Leon rolled 5 and 1. Trent rolled 4. Trent lost 1 army. Leon moved 2 armies into India. Leon ended his attack and drew a card. Leon fortified by moving 1 army from Irkutsk to Kamchatka. Turn 9, Garth. Garth received 3 armies for occupying 9 territories and 2 armies for controlling Australia. Garth placed 5 armies in Argentina. Garth attacked Peru from Argentina with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Garth rolled 5, 3, and 1. Trent rolled 4 and 1. Trent lost 2 armies. Garth continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Garth rolled 6, 6, and 1. Trent rolled 6 and 6. Garth lost 2 armies. Garth continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Garth rolled 6, 3, and 3. Trent rolled 3 and 1. Trent lost 2 armies. Garth continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 1 army. Garth rolled 6, 2, and 1. Trent rolled 4. Trent lost 1 army. Garth moved 6 armies into Peru. Garth attacked Venezuela from Peru with 3 armies. Mark defended with 1 army. Garth rolled 6, 4, and 1. Mark rolled 6. Garth lost 1 army. Garth continued the attack with 3 armies. Mark defended with 1 army. Garth rolled 6, 4, and 3. Mark rolled 2. Mark lost 1 army. Garth moved 4 armies into Venezuela. Garth ended his attack and drew a card. Garth did not fortify. Turn 10, Trent. Trent received 3 armies for occupying 10 territories. Trent placed 3 armies in Central America. Trent attacked Venezuela from Central America with 3 armies. Garth defended with 2 armies. Trent rolled 4, 4, and 1. Garth rolled 5 and 5. Trent lost 2 armies. Trent continued the attack with 3 armies. Garth defended with 2 armies. Trent rolled 6, 6, and 2. Garth rolled 1 and 1. Garth lost 2 armies. Trent continued the attack with 3 armies. Garth defended with 2 armies. Trent rolled 6, 3, and 2. Garth rolled 6 and 2. Trent lost 1 army, and Garth lost 1 army. Trent continued the attack with 3 armies. Garth defended with 1 army. Trent rolled 5, 5, and 3. Garth rolled 3. Garth lost 1 army. Trent moved 5 armies into Venezuela. Trent ended his attack and drew a card. Trent did not fortify. Turn 11, Mark. Mark received 3 armies for occupying 9 territories. Mark placed 3 armies in East Africa. Mark attacked Congo from East Africa with 3 armies. Garth defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 2, 2, and 2. Garth rolled 5 and 3. Mark lost 2 armies. Mark attacked Western Europe from North Africa with 3 armies. Leon defended with 1 army. Mark rolled 6, 5, and 4. Leon rolled 4. Leon lost 1 army. Mark moved 3 armies into Western Europe. Mark ended his attack and drew a card. Mark fortified by moving 2 armies from Western Europe to North Africa. Turn 12, Leon. Leon received 3 armies for occupying 11 territories. Leon placed 3 armies in India. Leon attacked Middle East from India with 3 armies. Garth defended with 1 army. Leon rolled 3, 3, 3. Garth rolled 4. Leon lost 1 army. Leon continued the attack with 3 armies. Garth defended with 1 army. Leon rolled 5, 4, and 1. Garth rolled 2. Garth lost 1 army. Leon moved 3 armies into Middle East. Leon ended his attack and drew a card. Leon fortified by moving 1 army from Afghanistan to Middle East. Turn 13, Garth. Garth received 3 armies for occupying 9 territories, 2 armies for controlling Australia, and 4 armies for trading in 3 cards. Garth placed 2 armies in Indonesia and 7 armies in Brazil. Garth attacked Venezuela from Brazil with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Garth rolled 5, 5, and 2. Trent rolled 4 and 3. Trent lost 2 armies. Garth continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Garth rolled 6, 5, and 2. Trent rolled 6 and 3. Garth lost 1 army, and Trent lost 1 army. Garth continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Garth rolled 6, 4, and 2. Trent rolled 5 and 2. Trent lost 2 armies. Garth moved 5 armies into Venezuela. Garth ended his attack and drew a card. Garth did not fortify. Turn 14. Trent. Trent received 3 armies for occupying 10 territories. Trent placed 2 armies in Central America and 1 army in eastern United States. Trent attacked Quebec from eastern United States with 3 armies. Mark defended with 1 army. Trent rolled 5, 5, and 4. Mark rolled 1. Mark lost 1 army. Trent moved 3 armies into Quebec. Trent ended his attack and drew a card. Trent did not fortify. Turn 15. Mark. Mark received 3 armies for occupying 9 territories, 6 armies for trading in 3 cards, and 2 armies for trading in North Africa. Mark placed 2 armies in North Africa, 2 armies in Northern Europe, and 7 armies in East Africa. Mark attacked Egypt from East Africa with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 5, 2, and 2. Trent rolled 6 and 1. Mark lost 1 army, and Trent lost 1 army. Mark continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 1 army. Mark rolled 5, 1, and 1. Trent rolled 6. Mark lost 1 army. Mark continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 1 army. Mark rolled 5, 3, and 2. Trent rolled 4. Trent lost 1 army. Mark moved 10 armies into Egypt. Mark attacked Middle East from Egypt with 3 armies. Leon defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 6, 5, and 1. Leon rolled 5 and 3. Leon lost 2 armies. Mark continued the attack with 3 armies. Leon defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 3, 1, and 1. Leon rolled 5 and 3. Mark lost 2 armies. Mark continued the attack with 3 armies. Leon defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 4, 4, and 1. Leon rolled 4 and 4. Mark lost 2 armies. Mark continued the attack with 3 armies. Leon defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 5, 5, and 3. Leon rolled 5 and 5. Mark lost 2 armies. Mark attacked Great Britain from Northern Europe with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 3, 3, and 1. Trent rolled 6 and 1. Mark lost 1 army, and Trent lost 1 army. Mark attacked Great Britain from Scandinavia with 1 army. Trent defended with 1 army. Mark rolled 6. Trent rolled 4. Trent lost 1 army. Mark moved into Great Britain with 1 army. Mark attacked Southern Europe from Northern Europe with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 4, 2, and 1. Trent rolled 6 and 4. Mark lost 2 armies. Mark attacked Middle East from Egypt with 3 armies. Leon defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 5, 2, and 1. Leon rolled 6 and 5. Mark lost 2 armies. Mark attacked southern Europe from North Africa with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 3, 3, and 2. Trent rolled 3 and 3. Mark lost 2 armies. Mark continued the attack with 3 armies. Trent defended with 2 armies. Mark rolled 6, 5, and 4. Trent rolled 3 and 2. Trent lost 2 armies. Mark moved 4 armies into southern Europe. Mark ended his attack and drew a card. Mark fortified by moving 1 army from northern Europe to Ukraine. Turn 16. Leon. Leon received 4 armies for occupying 12 territories, 7 armies for controlling Asia, 8 armies for trading in 3 cards, and 2 armies for trading in Irkutsk. Leon placed 2 armies in Irkutsk, 1 army in Kamchatka, 4 armies in Siam, 8 armies in Middle East, 5 armies in Afghanistan, and 1 army in Ural. Leon attacked East Africa from Middle East with 3 armies. Mark defended with 1 army. Leon rolled 6, 3, and 2. Mark rolled 3. Mark lost 1 army. Leon moved 3 armies into East Africa. Leon ended his attack and drew a card. Leon fortified by moving 2 armies from East Africa to Middle East. Turn 17. Garth. Garth received 3 armies for occupying 10 territories, 2 armies for controlling South America, and 2 armies for controlling Australia. Garth placed 4 armies in Venezuela and 3 armies in Brazil. Garth attacked North Africa from Brazil with 3 armies. Mark defended with 1 army. Garth rolled 6, 4, and 1. Mark rolled 5. Mark lost 1 army. Garth moved 7 armies into North Africa. Garth ended his attack and drew a card. Garth did not fortify. Turn 18. Trent. Trent received 3 armies for occupying 8 territories, and 10 armies for trading in 3 cards. Trent placed 1 army in Alaska, 4 armies in Central America, and 8 armies in Quebec. Trent attacked Greenland from Quebec with 3 armies. Mark defended with 2 armies. Trent rolled 5, 3, and 3. Mark rolled 6 and 6. Trent lost 2 armies. Trent continued the attack with 3 armies. Mark defended with 2 armies. Trent rolled 3, 2, and 1. Mark rolled 3 and 3. Trent lost 2 armies. Trent continued the attack with 3 armies. Mark defended with 2 armies. Trent rolled 6, 4, and 1. Mark rolled 5 and 4. Mark lost 1 army, and Trent lost 1 army. Trent continued the attack with 3 armies. Mark defended with 2 armies. Trent rolled 4, 2, and 1. Mark rolled 6 and 3. Trent lost 2 armies. Trent ended his attack. Trent did not fortify. Turn 19. Mark. Mark received 3 armies for occupying 10 territories, and 5 armies for controlling Europe. Mark placed 3 armies in Egypt, 3 armies in Western Europe, 1 army in southern Europe, and 1 army in Ukraine. Mark attacked East Africa from Egypt with 3 armies. Leon defended with 1 army. Mark rolled 5, 4, and 2. Leon rolled 3. Leon lost 1 army. Mark moved 3 armies into East Africa. Mark ended his attack and drew a card. Mark fortified by moving 2 armies from East Africa to Egypt. Turn 20. Leon. Leon received 4 armies for occupying 12 territories and 7 armies for controlling Asia. Leon placed 11 armies in Siam. Leon attacked Indonesia from Siam with 3 armies. Garth defended with 2 armies. Leon rolled 5, 4, and 3. Garth rolled 4 and 1. Garth lost 2 armies. Leon continued the attack with 3 armies. Garth defended with 2 armies. Leon rolled 4, 4, and 4. Garth rolled 4 and 3. Leon lost 1 army, and Garth lost 1 army. Leon continued the attack with 3 armies. Garth defended with 2 armies. Leon rolled.
Thank you for tuning in to KDBL-FM, your source for the latest in Desert Bus legally binding documentation. Strap yourself in, because this one's coming in real hot and mandatory. Today we've got a classic jam for you. This chart-topping hit was released on March 11th, 2016 by Gearbox Software, LLC. It's called EULA. Hit me with it, Chester. Limited software warranty and license agreement. Please read this EULA carefully. If you do not agree to all the terms, you are not permitted to open, download, install, copy, or use the software. By opening, downloading, installing, copying, or otherwise using the software and any other materials included with the software, you agree to be bound by the terms of this EULA with the United States company, Gearbox Software, LLC, licensor, as well as the privacy policy located at www.gearboxsoftware.com/privacy and terms of service located at www.gearboxsoftware.com/terms-of-service. This limited software warranty and license agreement, EULA, may be periodically updated. The most current version is posted at www.gearboxsoftware.com/. The website site. Your continued use of the software following such posting constitutes your acceptance of its terms. License! Subject to this EULA and its terms and conditions, licensor hereby grants you a non-exclusive, non-transferable, limited, and revocable license to use 1 copy of the software for your personal, non-commercial use for gameplay on a single game platform, e.g., computer, mobile device, or gaming console. Your license rights are subject to your full and uninterrupted compliance with this EULA. Term of license under this agreement commences on the date that you install or otherwise use the software, and ends upon the earlier date of 1. Your disposal of the software, or 2. Termination by licensor. For more information, see below. The software is licensed, not sold, to you. You hereby acknowledge that no title or ownership in the software is being transferred or assigned, and this EULA does not represent the sale of any individual rights in the software to you. Licensor retains all rights, title, and interest in the software, including, but not limited to, all copyrights, trademarks, trade secrets, trade names, proprietary rights, patents, titles, computer codes, audiovisual effects, themes, character names, stories, dialogue, settings, artwork, sound effects, musical works, and moral rights assets. The software is protected by U.S. copyright and trademark law and applicable laws and treaties throughout the world. The software may not be copied, reproduced, or distributed in any manner or medium, in whole or in part, without prior written consent from licensor. Any persons copying, reproducing, or distributing all or any portion of the software in any manner or medium will be willfully violating the copyright laws and may be subject to civil and criminal penalties in the U.S. and their country of origin. Be advised that U.S. copyright violations are subject to statutory penalties. Software contains certain licensed material for which other licensors may also assert their rights against you in the event of any violation of this agreement. All rights not expressly granted under this agreement are reserved by licensor and, as applicable, its licensors. License conditions! You agree not to commercially exploit the software or any assets in the game, distribute, lease, license, sell, rent, or otherwise transfer or assign the software, or any copies of the software, without the express prior written consent of licensor, or as expressly set forth in this EULA. Copy the software, or any part thereof, other than as set forth herein. Make any copy of the software available on a network for use or download by multiple users, except as otherwise specifically authorized under this EULA. Use or install the software or permit others to do the same on a network for online use or on more than one computer or gaming unit at the same time. Copy the software without authorization onto a hard drive or other storage device in order to bypass the requirement to run the software from the included CD-ROM or DVD-ROM. Use or copy the software at a computer gaming center or any other location-based site. Reverse engineer, decompile, disassemble, display, perform, prepare derivative works based on or otherwise modify the software in whole or in part. Remove or modify any proprietary notices, marks, or labels contained on or within the software. Restrict or inhibit any other authorized user from using and enjoying any online features of the software. Cheat or utilize any unauthorized code, robot, spider, or other program in connection with any online features of the software. Violate any terms, policies, licenses, or code of conduct for any online features of the software. Or transport, export, or re-export directly or indirectly into any country forbidden to receive the software by any U.S. export laws or regulations, or U.S. economic sanctions, or otherwise violate any laws or regulations or the laws of the country in which the software was obtained, which may be amended from time to time. Access to special features and or services, including digital copies, software download, redemption of a unique serial code, registration of the software, membership in a third-party service, and/or membership in a licensor service, including acceptance of related terms and policies, may be required to activate the software, access digital copies of the software, or access certain unlockable, downloadable, online, or other special content, services, and/or functions, collectively special features. Access to special features is limited to a single user account as defined below. Her serial code and access to special features cannot be transferred, sold, leased, licensed, rented, converted into convertible virtual currency, or re-registered by another user unless otherwise expressly specified. Technical protections! The software may include measures to control access to the software, control access to certain features or content, prevent unauthorized copies, or otherwise attempt to prevent anyone from exceeding the limited rights and licenses granted under this agreement. Such measures may include incorporating license management, product activation, and other security technology in the software, and monitoring usage, including but not limited to time, date, access, or other controls, counters, serial numbers, and/or other security devices designed to prevent the unauthorized access, use, and copying of the software, or any portions or components thereof, including any violations of this agreement. Licensor reserves the right to monitor use of the software as licensor deems appropriate. You may not interfere with such access control measures or attempt to disable or circumvent such security features, and if you do, the software may not function properly. If the software permits access to special features, only one copy of the software may be used to access those special features at one time. Additional terms and registration may be required to access online services, and to download software updates and patches. Only software subject to a valid license can be used to access online services, including downloading updates and patches, except as otherwise prohibited by applicable law. Licensor may limit, suspend, or terminate the license granted hereunder, and access to the software, including but not limited to any related services and products at any time, any manner, and in licensor's sole discretion. User-created content! The software may allow you to create content including but not limited to a gameplay map, scenario, screenshot, design, item, or video of your game in exchange for use of the software, and to the extent that your contributions through the use of software give rise to any copyright interest, you hereby grant licensor an exclusive, perpetual, irrevocable, fully transferable, and sub-licensable worldwide right and license to use your contributions in any way for any purpose in connection with the software and related goods and services, including but not limited to the rights to reproduce, copy, adapt, modify, perform, display, publish, broadcast, transmit, and otherwise communicate to the public by any means available, and distribute your contributions without any further notice or compensation to you of any kind. You hereby waive and agree never to assert any rights or claims with respect to licensors and other players' use and enjoyment of such assets in connection with the software and related goods and services. This license grant to licensor and terms above regarding any applicable moral rights survive any termination of this agreement and shall inure to the benefit of licensor. Modifications! Mods! Any new tools written for the game from scratch are free to be used by licensor and other authorized users. Mods and plugins for the game cannot be sold or otherwise commercially exploited by users. Such uses are not approved or endorsed by licensor and should not be described as such without licensor's express authorization. By making any content available on or through our game or website, you are providing your irrevocable permission for licensor and authorized users to license, use, copy, modify, and adapt that content. Any content you make available on our game or on our website must be your original creation, and by making it available, you represent and warrant that it does not infringe the rights of anyone else. Any tools provided by licensor or third parties are provided as is, without warranties of any kind, and you accept that your use is of your own free will, exclusive expense, and liability. Okay. Internet connection! The software may require an internet connection to access internet-based features, authenticate the software, or perform other functions. User experiences will vary. User accounts! In order to use the software or a software feature, or for certain features of the software to operate properly, you may be required to have and maintain a valid and active user account with an online service, such as a third-party gaming platform or social network account, third-party account, or an account with licensor, or a licensor affiliate, as set forth in the software documentation. If you do not maintain such accounts, then certain features of the software may not operate or may cease to function properly, either in whole or in part. The software may also require to create a software-specific user account with licensor or a licensor affiliate user account in order to access the software and its functionality and features. Your user account login may be associated with a third-party account. You are responsible for all use and the security of your user account and any third-party accounts that you use to access and utilize the software. Software store terms! This EULA and the provision of the software through any software store are subject to the additional terms and conditions set forth in or required by the applicable software store, and where applicable and consistent with licensor's intent, such applicable terms and conditions are incorporated herein by this reference. Licensor is not responsible or liable to you for any credit card or bank-related charges or other charges or fees related to your purchase transactions within the software or through a software store. All such transactions are administered by the software store, not licensor. Licensor expressly disclaims any liability for any such transactions, and you agree that your sole remedy regarding all transactions is through such software store, not licensing. This agreement is solely between you and licensing. You acknowledge that a software store may not have an obligation to furnish any maintenance or support services to you in connection with the software, except for the foregoing to the maximum extent permitted by applicable law. The software store shall have no other warranty obligation whatsoever with respect to the software. Any claim in connection with the software related to product liability, a failure to conform to applicable legal or regulatory requirements, claims under consumer protection or similar legislation, or intellectual property infringement are governed by this agreement. You must comply with the software store terms of service and any other software store applicable rules or policies. The license to the software is a non-transferable license to use software only on an applicable device that you own or control. You represent that you are not located in any U.S. embargoed countries or other geographical areas or on the U.S. Treasury Department's list of specially designated nationals or the U.S. Department of Commerce denied persons list or entity list. The software store is a third-party beneficiary to this agreement and may also enforce this agreement. Information collection and usage. By installing and using this software, you consent to the information collection and usage terms set forth in licensor's privacy policy, including, where applicable, 1. Transfer of any personal information and other information to licensor, its partners, affiliates, vendors, and to certain other third parties, such as governmental authorities in the U.S. and other countries located outside Europe or your home country, including countries that may have lower standards of privacy protection. 2. The public display of your data, such as identification of your user-created content or displaying your scores, ranking achievements, and other gameplay data on websites and other platforms. 3. The sharing of your gameplay data with hardware manufacturers, platform hosts, and licensors, marketing partners. And 4. other uses and disclosures of your personal information or other information as specified in the above referenced privacy policy as amended from time to time. If you do not want your information used or shared in the manner described in licensor's privacy policy, then you should forego using this software. For the purpose of all data privacy issues, including the collection, use, disclosure, and transfer of your personal information and other information, please visit the governing privacy policy terms located at www.gearboxsoftware.com/privacy. Limited warranty! A licensor warrants to you, if you are the initial and original purchaser of the software, that the original storage medium holding the software is warranted against defects in material and workmanship under normal use and service for 90 days from the date of purchase. Limited warranty period. A licensor warrants to you that the software is compatible with personal computer, meeting the minimum system requirements listed in the software documentation, or that it has been certified by the gaming unit producer as compatible with the gaming unit for which it has been published. However, due to variations in hardware, software, internet connections, and individual uses, licensor does not warrant the performance of the software on your specific computer or gaming unit. Licensor does not warrant against interference with your enjoyment of the software, that the software will meet your requirements, that the operation of the software will be uninterrupted or error-free, or that the software will be compatible with third-party software or hardware, or that any errors in the software will be corrected. No oral or written advice provided by a licensor or any authorized representative shall create a warranty, because some jurisdictions do not allow the exclusion of our limitations on implied warranties, or the limitations on the applicable statutory rights of a consumer. Some or all of the above exclusions and limitations may not apply to you. If for any reason you accurately report a defect in the storage medium or software during the warranty period, licensor agrees to replace or repair it in its sole discretion without charge any software discovered to be defective within the warranty period, as long as the software is currently being manufactured by licensor. If the software is no longer available, licensor retains the rights to substitute a similar piece of software of equal or greater value. This warranty is limited to the storage medium and the software as originally provided by licensor and is not applicable to normal wear and tear. This warranty shall not be applicable and shall be void if the defect has arisen through abuse, mistreatment, or neglect. Any implied warranties prescribed by statute are expressly limited to the 90-day period described above. Except as set forth above, this warranty is in lieu of all other warranties, whether oral or written, express or implied, including any other warranty of merchantability, fitness for a particular purpose, or non-infringement, and no other representations of warranties of any kind shall be binding on licensor. Licensor does not warrant that the operation of the software will be uninterrupted or error-free. Licensor is not responsible for any damage arising from failure to follow instructions relating to the software's use. When returning the software subject to the limited warranty above, you must send the original software to the licensor at the address specified below and include your name and return address, a photocopy of your dated sales receipt, and a brief note describing the defect and the system on which you are running the software. Indemnity! You agree to indemnity. What? You agree to indemnify, defend, and hold licensor, its partners, licensors, affiliates, contractors, officers, directors, employees, and agents harmless from all damages, losses, and expenses arising directly or indirectly from your acts and omissions when using the software pursuant to the terms of the agreement. In no event will licensor be liable for special, incidental, or consequential damages resulting from possession, use, or malfunction of the software, including, but not limited to, damages to property, loss of goodwill, computer failure or malfunction, and, to the extent permitted by law, damages for personal injuries, property damage, or lost profits, or punitive damages from any causes of action arising out of or related to this agreement or the software, whether arising in tort, including negligence, contract, strict liability, or otherwise whether or not licensor has been advised of the possibility of such damages. In no event shall licensor's liability for all damages, except as required by applicable law, exceed the actual price paid by you for use of the software. In no event shall licensor's liability exceed the amount paid by you to licensor for the software at issue. This warranty shall not be applicable solely to the extent that any specific provision of this warranty is prohibited by any federal, state, or municipal law, which cannot be preempted. This warranty gives you specific legal rights, and you may have other rights that vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. We do not and cannot control the flow of data to or from our network and other portions of the internet, wireless networks, or other third-party networks. Accordingly, we disclaim any and all liability resulting from or related to third-party actions or inactions that impair or disrupt your use of the software and related services and products. Termination! This EULA is effective until terminated by you or by the licensor. This EULA automatically terminates when licensor ceases to operate the software servers for games exclusively operated online. If licensor determines or believes your use of the software is unauthorized, inconsistent with the terms of this agreement, or otherwise fails to comply with the terms and conditions stated herein and incorporated by reference, you may also terminate this agreement by 1. Requesting licensor to terminate and delete your user account using the method set forth in the terms of service, and 2. Destroying and or deleting all copies of all software in your possession, custody, or control. Deleting the software from your game platform will not delete the information associated with your user account. And if you reinstall the software using the same user account, you may still have access to your prior user account information. If this EULA terminates due to your violation of this EULA, licensor may prohibit you from re-registering or re-accessing the software. Upon any termination of this EULA, you must destroy or return the physical copy of software to licensor, as well as permanently destroy all copies of the software, accompanying documentation, associated materials, and all of its component parts in your possession or control, including from any client server, computer, gaming unit, and mobile device on which it has been installed. Upon termination of this EULA, your rights to use the software will terminate immediately, and you must cease all use of the software. The termination of this EULA will not affect licensor's rights or your obligations to the licensor arising under this EULA. U.S. government restricted rights. The software and documentation have been developed entirely at private expense and are provided as commercial computer software or restricted computer software. Use, duplication, or disclosure by the U.S. government or a U.S. government subcontractor is subject to the restrictions set forth in subparagraph C.1.2 of the rights and technical data and computer software clauses in FARS 252.227-7013 or as set forth in subparagraph C1 and 2 of the commercial computer software restricted rights clauses at FAR 52.227-19 as applicable. The contractor/manufacturer is licensor at the location listed below. Equitable remedies! You hereby agree that if the terms of this EULA are not specifically enforced, licensure will be irreparably damaged, and therefore you agree that licensure shall be entitled, without bond or other security or proof of damages, to appropriate equitable remedies with respect to this EULA, including temporary and permanent injunctive relief, in addition to any other available remedies. Dispute resolution! This agreement shall be exclusively governed by and constructed in accordance with the laws of the state of Texas, notwithstanding its choice of law rules. For any and all legal disputes involving the terms of this agreement, you agree to submit to the exclusive jurisdiction of the state and federal courts sitting in Collin County, Texas, and waive any jurisdictional venue or inconvenient forum objections to such courts. You also agree to attempt in good faith to resolve any claim or dispute with the company before commencing arbitration. Any claim or dispute notice regarding the online service must be sent via email to dispute@gearboxsoftware.com, as well as by U.S. mail to Gearbox Software LLC. Attention, Legal Department, Arbitration Notice 5757, Main Street, Suite 500, Frisco, Texas, 75034, and must contain a written statement accurately setting forth 1. Your name, address, and contact information. 2. Your email address. 3. All facts giving rise to the claim or dispute. And 4. The relief you seek. You and the company further agree as follows. 1. Any claim or dispute brought to enforce this agreement must be commenced within 1 year of the event given rise to the alleged claim or dispute. 2. The prevailing party will be entitled to costs and attorney's fees. And 3. Any claim or dispute must be brought individually and not consolidated as part of a group or class action complaint. The only disputes not covered by this agreement to negotiate informally and arbitrate are disputes enforcing, protecting, or concerning the validity of any intellectual property rights asserted by the company, its partners, and affiliates. Binding arbitration and class action waiver! Please read this section carefully. It affects your legal rights concerning any disputes regarding use of the licensed works between you and the company, its partners, affiliates, officers, directors, employees, and agents. A. Dispute. As used in this agreement, dispute means any dispute, claim, demand, action, proceeding, or other controversy between you and the company concerning online services or licensed works, whether based in contract, warranty, tort, including without limitation, fraud, misrepresentation, fraudulent inducement, concealment, omission, negligence, conversion, trespass, strict liability, and product liability. Statute, including without limitation consumer protection and unfair competition statutes, regulation, ordinance, or any other legal or equitable basis or theory. Dispute will be given the broadest possible meaning allowable under law. B. Informal resolution option. You and the company agree to attempt in good faith to resolve any dispute before commencing arbitration, unless you and the company otherwise agree in writing the time for informal resolution will be 60 days from the date on which you or the company mails a notice of dispute. As specified in paragraph C. You and the company agree that neither party will commence arbitration before the end of the 60-day period provided for informal resolution. C. Dispute notices. Notice of any dispute with the company regarding online use of licensed works must be sent via email to dispute@gearboxsoftware.com, as well as by U.S. mail to Gearbox Software LLC, attention Legal Department, Arbitration Notice 5757, Main Street, Suite 500, Frisco, Texas, 75034. And must contain a written statement setting forth 1. Your name, address, contact information. 2. Your email address. 3. All facts giving rise to the dispute. And 4. The relief you seek. Notice of a company dispute with you will be sent to your registered email address and by U.S. mail to the known mailing address. D. Binding arbitration! United States, you and the company agree that if you and the company do not resolve any dispute by informal negotiation under paragraph B above, any effort to resolve this dispute will be conducted exclusively by binding arbitration in accordance with the arbitration procedures in paragraph G below. You understand and acknowledge that by opting to use the licensed work or the site, you are agreeing to binding arbitration, which forfeits any rights you may have to litigate or participate in as a party or class member all disputes in court before a judge or jury. Instead, you understand and agree that all disputes will be resolved before a neutral arbitrator, whose award decision will be binding and final, except for a limited right of appeal under the Federal Arbitration Act. Any court with jurisdiction over the parties may enforce the arbitrator's award. The only disputes not covered by this agreement to negotiate informally and arbitrate are disputes enforcing, protecting, or concerning the validity of any of the company or any of your or the company's licensors' intellectual property rights. E. Small claims option. Notwithstanding paragraph D, you may also have the right to litigate any dispute regarding your use of the licensed works or the site in small claims court, subject to satisfying all requirements of the small claims court, including any limitations on jurisdiction and the dispute amount at issue. F. Class action waiver. You and the company agree that any proceedings to resolve or litigate any dispute, whether in arbitration, in court, or otherwise, will be conducted solely on an individual basis, and that neither you nor company will seek to have any dispute heard as a class action, a representative action, a collective action, a private attorney general action, or in any proceeding in which you or the company acts or proposes to act in a representative capacity. You and the company further agree that no arbitration or proceeding will be joined, consolidated, or combined with another arbitration or proceeding without the prior written consent of you, the company, and all parties to any such arbitration or proceeding. You and the company agree that no arbitrator shall have the authority to fashion a proceeding as a class or collective action or to award relief to a group or class of users in any arbitration proceeding. G. Arbitration procedure. Subject to the terms herein, the arbitration of any dispute will be conducted by and according to the rules and procedures of the American Arbitration Association. The information about and about how to commence arbitration for it is available at www.adr.org or by calling 1-800-778-7879. The commercial arbitration rules of the will govern the arbitration. If you are an individual consumer and use the licensed works for personal or household use, or if the value of the dispute is $75,000 or less, American dollars, that is, the supplementary procedures for consumer-related disputes of the will apply if the rules or procedures conflict with provisions of this agreement. The provisions of this agreement will govern. You may request a telephonic or in-person hearing by following the rules and procedures where the value of the dispute is $10,000 or less. Any hearing will be via electronic communication unless the arbitrator finds good cause to instead hold an in-person hearing. H. Arbitration location. You agree to commence arbitration only in Collin County, Texas. The company agrees to commence arbitration only in your county residence. I. Costs and fees. If any arbitration you commence, the company reserves its right to seek its expenses associated with the arbitration process. In a dispute involving more than $75,000, rules will govern payment of filing and administrative fees and arbitrators' fees and expenses. You and the company agree that the fees and expenses are not counted in determining how much a dispute involves. J. Enforceability. If the class action waiver, which includes a waiver of private attorney general actions, in paragraph F, is found to be illegal or unenforceable as to all or some parts of a dispute, whether by judicial, legislative, or other action, then this section and its subsections will not apply to those parts. Instead, those parts of the dispute will be severed and proceed in a Texas court of law, with the remaining parts proceeding in arbitration. The definition of dispute in paragraph A will still apply to this. K. Rejection rights. If the company makes a material change to this section, other than an administrative change or revision to the notice address in paragraph C, while you are authorized to use the licensed works or the site, you may seek to reject the change by sending the company a written notice. In English, please. Within 30 days of the basis for rejection by email to privacy@gearboxsoftware.com and via U.S. mail to the address contained in paragraph C. You agree that you will informally negotiate and arbitrate any dispute between us in accordance with the most recent version of the section prior to the change you rejected, and that company reserves all lawful rights irrespective of such rejection. L. Severability. If any provision of the section and its subsections other than paragraph F, i.e. class action waiver, is found to be illegal or unenforceable, that provision shall be limited or eliminated only to the minimum extent necessary so that this agreement shall otherwise remain in full force and effect. M. Survival. The provisions of this section will survive termination of this agreement and the provision of the online services, license works, and the site. Taxes and expenses. You shall be responsible for and shall pay and shall indemnify and hold harmless licensor and any and all of its partners, affiliates, officers, directors, and employees against all taxes, duties, and levies of any kind imposed by any government entity with respect to the transaction contemplated under this EULA, including interest and penalties thereon, exclusive of taxes on licensors' net income, irrespective of whether included in any invoice sent to you at any time by licensor. You shall provide copies of any and all exemption certificates to licensure if you are entitled to any exemption. All expenses and costs incurred by you in connection with your activities hereunder, if any, are your sole responsibility. You are not entitled to reimbursement from licensor for any expenses, and will hold licensor harmless therefrom. Terms of service! All access to and use of the software is subject to this EULA. The applicable software documentation licenses terms of service at www.gearboxsoftware.com/terms-of-service and licensors privacy policy www.gearboxsoftware.com/privacy. And all terms and conditions of the terms of service are hereby incorporated into this EULA. By this reference, these agreements represent the complete agreement between you and licensor relating to use of the software and related services and products, and supersede and replace any prior agreements between you and licensor. Governing law! The EULA shall be construed without regard to conflicts or choice of law principles under the laws of the state of Texas, as such laws apply to agreements between Texas residents entered into and to be performed within Texas, except as governed by federal law. Accordingly, the sole and exclusive jurisdiction and venue for actions related to the subject matter hereof shall be the state and federal courts located in licensor's principal corporate place of business, Frisco, Texas, USA. You and licensor consent to the jurisdiction of such courts and agree that process may be served in the manner provided herein for giving of notices or otherwise is allowed by the state of Texas or federal law. You and licensor agree that the UN Convention on Contracts for the international sale of goods, Vienna, 1980, shall not apply to this EULA or to any dispute or transaction arising out of this EULA. If you have any questions concerning this EULA, you may contact us in writing at privacy@gearboxsoftware.com. It's over. It's over. Hey, thank you for tuning in to KDBL-FM, your source for the latest in Desert Bus legally binding documentation. If you accept the terms of service, please press the Egyptian hieroglyphic for yes on your numeric keypad. If you have not pressed the Egyptian hieroglyphic for yes on your numeric keypad within 5 seconds, the end of your license agreement will repeat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Limited software warranty and license agreement. Please read this EULA carefully. If you do not agree to all the terms, you are not permitted to open, download, install, copy, or use the software. By opening, downloading, installing, copying, or otherwise using the software and any other materials included with the software, you agree to be bound by the terms of this EULA with the United States company, Gearbox Software, LLC, licensor, as well as the privacy policy located at
Welcome to Ready, Set, Puzzles, where we give puzzles to think about on your drive or while you're doing activities, anywhere you have access to a radio game through the work day. So, let's get started. Let's start with, I guess we'll just jump right into, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Let's start with the answers to last week's puzzles. As you know, on crowdfunded Drive Time Puzzles, we have 2 puzzles every week. We have a shorter, quick puzzle and a longer puzzle. It's a little bit more involved and longer. So we'll go over the answers for the last puzzle and for last time's puzzles, and let's start with let's change it up. We'll start with the short one from last week. So of all the answers we got, we got a few correct answers. Just basic arithmetic on this one. The correct answer was 7. A lot of people had 56. There's kind of one misstep that was a common mistake people make. Just a mathematical mistake that people made that would allow you to get 56 instead of the correct answer, which again was 7. So you got watch out for that error. You got to pay attention every step of the way. And it's an easy one to make if we always try to encourage you guys to try these puzzles. I mean, it's for in the car. So if you can try
you can try to do them in your head, rather than getting a sheet of paper out. It's a little bit more rewarding, and some of the puzzles are just a little too fast. Otherwise, you get done with them too quickly. So yeah, 7 was the answer. We got a couple right answers, so kudos to everybody who did get the right answer. And again, if you want to participate in these, you can tweet us at our Twitter handle, or if you don't have Twitter, you can get to us. You can email us. A lot of people have been complaining that Twitter, it's hard to get the people's submissions for answers down to less than 140 characters, which is you'd be required to do that if you're going to send us. I mean, I suppose you could send multiple. People do that, right? They send, when you put half the message, and then when you run out of characters, you just send another tweet. I actually saw something pretty clever. You take a picture, because you can tweet pictures. So you type it. What you do is you type it as a note on your phone, and you screenshot the note, and then you tweet that, and I don't know if that gets you any more characters, but or you can always email us as well your submissions. So that was the short puzzle for last week, and now let's talk about. There were a lot of questions about this one, which I really wasn't. It seemed pretty straightforward to me. So, to refresh your memory, this is the puzzle with the dog and the skunk at the Italian restaurant. And again, the easiest way to do this one is you're gonna want to make a grid, and it's your basic process of elimination. And so the answer, if you did it right, was the dog was sitting on the green chair and had the spaghetti on a red plate. And the skunk was seated to his right and had the meatballs, and the item missing from his cutlery set was a fork. A lot of people said spoon, but again, remember that I said there were daffodils in the vase on the table, which means it couldn't have been the spoon. It had to be the fork that was missing. So dog on the green chair eating spaghetti from a red plate, and the skunk to his right had the meatballs, and the fork was what was missing from his cutlery set. This one gave a lot of people trouble. And this is actually what I said about the Twitter, the complaints that tweets aren't long enough to really submit an answer to a puzzle of this magnitude. So maybe we'll make it so that you just submit the answers to the short puzzles on Twitter, because they usually have. And although a lot of people like to explain their answers on, even if it's a particularly short answer, they still like to explain it. Well, again, we'll just keep it all open. You can either text or email. Pick your poison. Do whatever is going to be most conducive to your happiness in answering these photos. Because again, I do this for free, and I do it for free, so that you can't expect too much out of me. So, and I assume you guys do this for fun as well. So, don't make it too difficult on yourself. Do whatever is most conducive to your happiness. So let's go on to the short puzzle for today. So today's short puzzle is going to be, it's just a basic probability, probability problem, and this one has to do with a standard spiral notebook. Okay, so a kid, Robert goes to school, his first day of school, and one of the supplies, they have before the school year, the teachers send out a list of supplies specific to each classroom. Some of the supplies are for just general use, like box of tissues that they're going to use throughout the year, and then some are for each specific student. So one of the things was a spiral notebook. Also, remember when I tell these puzzles, I like obfuscation. I like to, extra details so you don't know what's important. Anyway, so spiral notebook. Now, Robert wanted there was this really cool motorcycle pattern on the notebook, and on each one of the pages there was, on the bottom right hand of each page, there was a little watermarked tire, like a motorcycle tire. And when you put your thumb underneath and flipped up through the, kind of riffled the notebook pages through your hand, it looked like the tire was spinning, and there were 5 spokes in the tire. So the question is, what is the probability that on how many pages is a spoke pointing perfectly upward? So again, there's 5 spokes, so it kind of forms kind of a pentagram kind of thing. I forgot to mention also, this can happen with each one of the spokes. So it doesn't have to be, there's not one specific spoke that how often is this one pointing up, but any of the spokes. Okay? Also, I forgot to mention, there's 70, I said it was a standard spiral notebook, but I know a lot of people like to complain that I don't explain things properly. There's 70 pages on the notebook. 70 pages, 5 spokes. So what's the probability that one of the spokes is pointing upward? Okay? That's the short puzzle for this week. So let's go on to the long puzzle. So basically, hold on, I got a text message. So for the long puzzle this week is, you guys know I love stories. So this one's kind of a story. There's two dads at the park, and they start talking. They're just meeting up. I think one of the dads drops his bottle of water, and it falls into some dirt. So he throws it away, or he recycles it. And he's kind of bummed that he doesn't have water. It's a hot day outside. So another dad, he has an extra bottle of water. So they start talking over their waters, and inevitably they start talking about their kids, because they're at a park and their kids are playing, and they never really address which kids. There are a lot of kids at the park which kids are whose. So they don't even know how many kids the other one has, and that's the basis for the puzzle. So the dads in there talking find out that they both are big fans of puzzles. And so they're still talking, and he says, or one of the dads says, how many kids do you have? And the other dad says, I have 3 kids, 3 sons. No twins, 3 sons, 3 young boys. And the dad says, what are their ages? And so, knowing that they both like puzzles, the dad, who was just asked how old his kids are, decides he's going to say this. He's going to tell him how old his kids are in a puzzle. So he says, I want you to imagine a clock, an old time clock, like a round wall clock. How many hands are on it? Dad says, there's 3 hands. He said, exactly. Just like there's 3 hands, I have 3 kids. So he said, I want you to remember on a clock what the hour hand does, what the minute hand does, and what the second hand does. He said, okay. He said, but on this clock, it wasn't put together exactly right. And the minute hand is actually on the gear that's supposed to be for the hour hand. So the minute hand takes about 12 hours to make its way around the clock. In addition, the hour hand is on the gear that the minute hand is supposed to be on. So it takes the hour hand about an hour to get all the way around the clock instead of an hour for each number on the way around the clock. Additionally, this clock's motor was put together with a gear reversed. So it goes counterclockwise. That is to say, it goes, normal clocks go around, start at the top and move down the right side, and then when they get to the bottom, they move up the left side in a circle. This one goes the other way, so they start at the top, move down the left side, and up the right side back to the top. Said, okay, but he still needs more information. So, additionally, the second hand of the clock is not a normal second hand. It's somehow attached to the hour hand's gear, which again, the hour hand is on the actual minute hand's gear. So the second hand also takes about an hour to make its way around. However, it's one number behind the hour hand. Okay, so and I remember this clock goes counterclockwise. So when the hour hand is on the 9, the second hand is on the 10, because it's behind, because it's going counterclockwise. So it follows it. It's always the same. That's called equidistant. It's always equidistant from equidistant. Sorry, it's always equidistant from the hour hand, which again is the minute hand, and they're going backwards. It's going counterclockwise. So in normal time, it would look like it's one digit ahead, but in this case it's behind because it goes the other way. And he says, okay, is that all? He said, no, one more thing. When this clock was being put together, it was put together at an angle, so what would normally, so where the 12 is, it was put to, the motor was put in 90 degrees off. So if you put it on the wall where the 12 is the top, but the motor, the top according to the motor is actually 3 o'clock. So 3 o'clock, the 3 is essentially acting as the 12. So whatever number they're pointing at, you need to move over 3 to get to the actual time. Okay? So let's say if you're at the 3, that's actually, since it goes backwards, that would actually be, let me think, you're pointing at the 3, and since it goes backwards, you're actually looking at, I suppose that would be the 6, since it's going backwards. So you have to move everything over by 6, except when you get to the, you don't subtract 3. 12 is essentially 0 on a clock. Because when you go behind, you don't go, you don't go -1, you go 1, or 3, 2, 1, 12 instead of 0. So it loops around again. So it's as though there's only 12, the number line is only 12 numbers and it's a circle. Like I said, and with that, I will tell you that my middle son is 4. So the question is, what are his other children's ages? So yeah, that's the long puzzle. I think that one might be a little, again, as we always say on the program, try and do these in your head. They're for keeping your mind active while you're doing other tasks or driving or what have you. So try and do it in your head without paper and pen. Obviously, I can't force you to do it in your head, but I think it'll be a little bit more gratifying if you do it in your head. So keep it up. Keep working. This one is, I would say, on our rating system, difficulty S is probably about probably a 17. Okay, so it might take you a minute, but again, submit all answers to us on Twitter. I almost forgot, we also have we found at a garage sale, we found an old time voicemail machine, or what do they call answering machine, with the little cassette tape. So we're all it's not up and running yet, but we're gonna have a number you can call, and you can leave your answers verbally. Obviously, leave your contact information so that we can get you your mug.
Wednesdays on Tuesdays and Thursdays, kids always eat free. John.
Double the dump truck down, John.
That's Frosty's Frosts. Available now.
I did see a couple of dump trucks over there. I'm a little concerned about what might happen. Lawn space is pretty safe right now.
Safe lawn space and oh, looks like we're in on Twitter here. Getting a quick tweet sauce here from.
Someone reported us.
That's Kelly Beachport from St. Minnesota. Yeah, it's a little known town with no rotaries, curiously. Kelly tweets, "Hey folks, why don't you talk about class for a minute? The lower class, the middle class, and the higher class have different words for the rotary." It looks like she cut off there because it's a tweet that's only on this weekend.
Right, it does, and I recall that words have to be under 100.
Now, John, can I pose a question to you there? It sounds like you may be conflating two neologisms related to various activities. We do post what we know someone does. There she is, Jen. I can see her, public relations manager. We just call her hype girl.
So Madonna in Minnesota, she was talking about the class of rotaries.
It looks like there's been a retweet by the infamous Rotary heir to the Rotary family, Charles Rotary. Charles Rotary himself. The station keeping track of all of your travails of love, John. Charles Rotary, actually, he's on the phone line. Charles? Yeah, thanks, John. Are you with me here? Question is if you're with us. Yeah. He's like on a walkie-talkie. Is that John? John's with me now. Yes, we're on live coverage. Quick interruption. Breaking news. We just had a wide right.
Goodbye, Charles.
Looks like an Isuzu. Just stay on the line, Charles. Go ahead. Okay, thanks. So as my friend Megan, my Facebook friend, that is. Yes, it's your publicity page. We understand. Just go ahead. Just ignore him. The upper class call a rotary. It's just part of his stick. He's just reading copy. I swear. He's not here to ruin your marriage again. Charles? Do we still have him? Yeah, I'm still here. Okay. Please proceed. Thank you. To review, the upper class call a rotary. Is he still there? Charles, read the copy. I'm sure I can do that myself. The upper class. Listen, I can't do this.
Please hang up and try again. Please dial your operator.
This is a recording. Yeah, it is.
Please hang up and try again. If you need help, dial your operator.
This is a recording. Charles? We have Charles on email. Charles says the upper class call it a rotary. Let's call it that one. It wasn't light enough. The middle class call it a roundabout. We'll be right back after this break. Has this ever happened to you? Pouring peanuts down the drain, they all just get clogged. That's when Garfield came through, because he was licensed for this ad. Hi there, what are you doing?
I brought him to. What are you doing? I'm pulling Pete's down the drain. Oh, I'm a big fan. Listen, I can't get his autograph, can I? Oh, brother. Bubblegum helps. Let's get the peanuts down the drain. Keep away from children. Available in all these areas. Standard text message rate supply. Four-way prohibited. Oh, sorry. Four-way prohibited. I do not fit into these underwear. We do have someone coming from the wide right zone. Not too brutal. Isn't there something in here that just kind of makes you, that just kind of wants to see that car steer into that one? No. Precisely. Okay. This is a recording. Not of a band, but if you go genre, definitely. You could say you're a metal nerd, yeah. And it implies different things. Different genres. No, right. And what's interesting, when you do say, yeah, with Metalhead, it's Rob Zombie, he said, one thing I like about metal is the people involved with that culture. They consider metal the most important thing in their life, it's the biggest thing in their lives, at least the most visible thing when you see them. He said, I seriously doubt if people treat R.E.M. like that. Oh yeah, like, yeah, so. Right. Dead, okay. Now we're there. Now we're somewhere. Huh. Yep. I would. I'm sure they actually have a possibility of it. PHN? Oh, okay. Fish. Oh, so Fishhead is just yep. Wasn't. What's interesting if you get description, you have certain relationships with others with the same people. And it's to know what the thing is. And thirdly, to know and not know. That's what makes it happen. Bad person, like, that's what's like this with fish heads. It's, oh, I think that listen to metal or exactly what you're supposed to say. Oh, you listen to fish, that just means they're worked out all the time. Right, I think you value it now. Oh, deadheads, are you kidding me? They're all listen to that. Metal, how many years have you been in affinity for art form? Let me see.
You took my parking space! I'm gonna call the police! Get back your car. He's talking like a Martian. You took my parking space. You took my parking space. Get in your car, drive away from here. That's that.
Great tales of misinterpretations of other people's lives. On today's show, we have a detailed account of one woman's precious time with her grandson. That's one of our producers on the show to read along with me. This particular tale includes dialogue from a strange secondary unknown source. As usual, we'll attempt to recount the story as accurately as possible. But, as seasoned listeners will tell you, we may not get it 100% correct. As always, listener feedback is appreciated. Please address all correspondence to mail at thegreattales.org. Oh, and did I mention that this is a second-hand tale? The source material was obtained after speaking with the listener of the original regaling. Now, let us begin the reading.
My grandma is a pretty big fan of yours. Could you go say hi to her?
Oh, man. It's the Vault Hunter. You are awesome. Didn't you fight Terramorphous? I fought a big creature like that once. He was a big whale squid with 100 tentacles. You ever fought anything with tentacle? Oh, of course you have. Terramorphous had tentacles. How silly of me. Now, where was I?
I am so sorry.
Oh, right. The whale creature. His name was Blowhole the Apocalypse. I called him the Apocalypse for short, and he attacked my hometown of Tsunami's Edge when I was but a little girl. You ever been to Tsunami's Edge? Great town, nice beaches, great food, and the cost of living is just so low. Even being a single grandmother and working part-time at a skag meat processing factory, I was still able to provide for little Mr. Torg. We may not have been able to afford the finer things in life, like food, but we got by. After all, Mr. Torg and I didn't have anything but one another after that horrible gas leak blew up the Iridian line, killing my son and his lovely wife. From that day onward, my little Mr. Torg vowed to conquer explosions themselves in an effort to avenge his fallen parents and... Oh man, I've forgotten what I was talking about. Where was... Oh, right. Blowhole the Apocalypse. So anyway, I was wrestling Blowhole to the ground, and I had my bicep curled around his blueberry throat. Blueberry? Sorry. I meant to say blubbery. I've got blueberries on the brain, I guess. I grow them in my backyard. Mr. Torg helped me plant them. Thanks again for that, grandson.
I love you, Grandma.
Anyway, I have my bicep around his blubbery throat, and Mr. Torg starts crying because he really likes whale squids, and he doesn't wanna see me hurt one.
They are the princes of the ocean.
So I let the whale go after giving it a punch in the eyeball, so he'll remember me. And it swam away into the ocean. I then had Mr. Torg drive me to the ice cream parlor. He got me Rocky Road, because Rocky Road's my favorite. I'm extremely partial to the way marshmallows act like little landmines of flavor amidst the battleground of chocolate. What's your favorite flavor of ice cream? Is it pistachio? I bet it's pistachio. Oh, that reminds me. You'll never guess who I saw today. Pistachio the Amazing. He's a magician who studied under Crazy Earl, and he's got that weird mustache, you know. But I saw him make a rat hive disappear. A whole rat hive. I said to Mr. Torg, Mr. Torg, wasn't that amazing? And he said, yes it was, Grandma. Didn't you say that? High five. You remember saying that?
I remember, Grandma.
And we stood in line afterward and got his autograph. And I thought I had it, somewhere around here, but it's probably in the attic. I really ought to go up there and clean it out one of these days. I have so many little keepsakes up there. You're paying attention, right? Say, what's my favorite flavor of ice cream? No, that's your favorite flavor of ice cream. Oh, so you are listening. How wonderful. You're an even better listener than my old pet rat, Beasto. Beasto was such a sweetie. You ever had a pet rat? If you can tame them, they're the sweetest pet you'll ever have. He used to just sit on my shoulder and bite chunks of flesh out of my neck to pass the time. I still remember the way he used to tweet. He went, tweet, tweet. It was so cute. I had a conversation with him once. I said, Mr. Beasto. He liked being called Mr. Beasto. It made him feel like an aristocrat. I said, Mr. Beasto, you're looking very cute today. And he said, oh, thank you, that's so nice. Or he tweeted it in a way that made me know that's how he felt, and then he lowered his little head like he was taking a bow. It was adorable. Beasto was my third pet rat. First, I had Woody. He got hit by a train. Then, I had Anita. She got shot up trying to take vengeance on the train that killed Woody. And then I found Beasto making little poops on the windmill outside our house. After Mr. Torg and I wrestled her to the ground, I did a flying pile driver off a nearby tower tree, got him straight in the spine, and brought him down. We brought him in and fed him some skag steaks until he decided he loved us. I still miss Beasto sometimes. He just died of old age. Rats don't live much longer than a few years, but I treasured the time we had together. Poor Mr. Torg. When Beasto died, he cried for a week. The kids made fun of him at school, but I told him not to pay them any mind.
Being in touch with your emotions is not a character flaw.
That's right, high five. Is something wrong? You look confused, Vault Hunter. Oh, you probably haven't heard anyone call Mr. Torg high five before. The world may know him as Mr. Torg, but the Flexingtons always referred to him using his middle name. It's a Flexington family tradition, after all, to use your grandfather or grandmother's name as your own middle name. And my husband, High Five Flexington, God rest his soul, was the best grandfather Mr. Torg could have asked for before he passed. He taught Mr. Torg dang near everything he knew about firearms. Without High Five's teachings, I don't think the Torg Corporation would exist at all. Gosh, I still remember the first gun Mr. Torg tried to make after his parents died. A Jacobs shotgun with a stick of dynamite attached to the barrel. Torg nearly blew his face off, but he got up, dusted his mustache off, and swore that by the time he reached the age of 11, he would make a gun that fired explosions without killing the operator. And by golly, he did it. It took a couple dozen prototypes before he got the right combination of gun parts and explosives right. But once he did, woo-wee. I'll never forget the plume of smoke that used to be my neighbor's homestead. They were jerks, though, so it's okay. Gosh, I've been talking your ear off for some time, haven't I? It's so kind of you to listen for this long. I've taken up too much of your time already. Please don't feel like you have to stick around any longer. Boy, you're even more attractive than Mr. Torg said you were. I've got another story for you, but I'd like to tell it to all of your friends at once. An old lady like me has to save her voice, you know. Oh, you still want to talk with me? How incredibly sweet of you. Say, you'll never guess who I saw today. Captain Scarlet. She was robbing my retirement home with a few other brigands, and I recognized her from her wanted poster. And I said, "Oh, hey, you fought the Vault Hunter, didn't you?" And she bowed all elegantly and said something like, "Indeed, I did, madame," and said that you were really good at fighting and that you beat her fair and square. She didn't seem to harbor much of a grudge about it. Nice girl. You should think about meeting up with her again. If you're not shacked up with anybody, you know. I mean, of course you probably are, gorgeous hunk of Vault Hunter like you. I bet you're beating away suitors left and right. Oh look, you're blushing. Oh, I could just eat you up. Mr. Torg was so scared of trying to get a date for such a long time. He used to go to parties in high school and just stand in the back without talking to anybody. I am an introvert. And I tried to tell him. I said, don't worry about chasing love. If you chase your dreams, then love will follow. See, that's the thing people don't get. You watch Echo films and they're just awful. They teach you that the only way to be with someone is just to pursue them over and over until they decide that they like you. In reality, you know when you like someone, almost immediately. You can't really convince somebody to fall in love with you. You just look like a stalker. But if you do things you're interested in, like making guns that explode, or killing mercenaries, then people will see that confidence and skill you have, and they'll be attracted to it. But there's always a fine line between that kind of confidence and narcissism, you know. There's nothing worse than somebody who wants to be famous. I remember when Mr. Torg first sold his weapons tech to that board of directors. He was pretty egocentric for a while, taking pictures of himself and posting them to the EchoNet all the time, trying to hobnob with every celebrity that used his weapons. He came back home one day with a supermodel under each arm, and I said, "Mr. Torg, what are you doing? You've lost sight of who you are. It's been weeks since you actually created a new gun," I said. And it was true. He'd been more obsessed with being well known for doing something great than with actually doing something great. It was a dark point in my life. Thankfully, High Five listened to me and got to work on what would eventually become the Kerblaster. You a fan of the Kerblaster? That was always my favorite. That and the Flacker, which I know a lot of people hate. But there's more to combat than just brute efficiency in this old lady's eyes. Style counts for something. And there's nothing quite like filling the air with tiny little explosions. It's like a fireworks show, except the deaths aren't as sad and unexpected. Actually, that reminds me, now that you're here, I wanted to throw some ideas at you for feedback. I'm a playwright in my spare time, and I'm trying to write a story about an up-and-coming tournament fighter who tries to find love in a gladiatorial arena. And I figured you've got a lot of experience, so your feedback could be really valuable. So the play is called Broken Hearts and Broken Necks. Scene 1. Fade in on an arena, just after a battle. Body parts litter the stage. A lone warrior stands in the middle of the stage. A spotlight illuminating her blood-stained armor. She stands, holding her sword triumphantly aloft. Valkyrie, is there no warrior who can challenge me? Must I be destined to spend my life as the strongest, the bravest, the most invincible warrior this galaxy has seen? For I am Valkyrie, scourge of the gladiatorial games. Exeunt Valkyrie as she shakes her head in despair. From stage left, enter Nodon, a janitor with a heavy heart and an even heavier conscience. He begins sweeping the body parts into a bin, which is colored green. And remember that because that's a symbolic color that will come back until melancholy overtakes him. He drops his push broom to the floor and falls to his knees before delivering a heart-wrenching soliloquy. Nodon, the blood cannot be washed away, not before and not now, even as I attempt to escape the past which haunts me still. Must I live forever as a fraud, sweeping up the trash of others to hide my shame and avoid my pursuers? Must I remain on the periphery of joyful combat, ever watchful but never participating? Then, with a clatter of armor, Valkyrie re-enters from stage right. Valkyrie, good morrow, lowly janitor. I heard a noise and thought it worth investigating. was nothing but the wails of those souls you released from their bodies tonight. Souls that wail in agony as they fly upward to Valhalla. Valkyrie. Fools, what have they to wail about? Their agonies are over, ended at the point of my sword. Mine, however, have only yet begun, for it is lonely at the top, and an unchallenged life is a boring one. Nora, aside. If only I were able to tell her my true identity, I would give her a fight she would not soon forget. Back to Valkyrie. Yes, man, boredom is the true tragedy. You may one day find challenging combat. Stooping, Nodon picks up a giant, two-armed bastard sword with almost no effort. Valkyrie, aside. What is this? Exude, Nodon, stage left. Valkyrie. What strength this janitor possesses. Who is he to pick up a bastard sword with but 2 fingers? What hidden power does he hold? What secrets does he keep? I will endeavor to uncover his past, in the hopes that our swords may cross in battle. Exeunt Valkyrie. End of scene 1. Scene 2. The interior of the governor's house. The table is set with myriad teas and biscuits, and, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even ask you for feedback on the first scene. Did you like it? Oh, wonderful. I'll continue then. Scene 2. The governess enters from stage left. Governess. I refuse to respond to these absurd accusations. Her husband looks at her quizzically. Governor. And what accusations may those be? Governess. Actually, you know what? I don't think I'm ready to get feedback on the play yet. But what about you? What are you up to? Tell Grandma Flexington all about it. I bet you've had some amazing adventures. Mr. Torg told me about the time you all played bunkers and badasses together. He said it was one of the most fun and welcoming experiences of his life.
Grandma, you're embarrassing me.
Sorry, sweetie. But really, you and the Vault Hunters are his first real pals. It wasn't easy for Mr. Torg to make friends at school when he had facial hair at age 8, pecs at age 8.5, and dead parents by age 9. People found him intimidating, but I told him that he should be thankful for the fact that he looks different. Anyone who wouldn't be friends with you based on appearance wouldn't be a very good friend anyway. But he really does like to hang out with all of you. Most people these days want Torg to pose for pictures, or blow something up by flexing at it. It's not often he gets to sit down and play games with people. Oh, speaking of games, did you play Going Back to the House yet? It's a new Echo simulation about exploring a log cabin you lived in when you were a kid. There's no violence or anything. You just walk around looking at cereal boxes and remembering people you made out with. I really like where Echo Sims have gone in the past few years. Don't you? There seem to be a lot more of them, with interesting things to do beyond shooting people. And the writing has gotten so tight and concise. For instance, did you ever play The Samurai's Marker? The whole game's story was delivered through haiku. Did Zero write it, or something? Haha, no, I'm just joshing. I know you're too busy for that. But, oh yeah, I was playing At the End of a Pointed Gun last night on my Echo Sim player. And wow, is that funny. It's about a guy who punches people and smacks himself in the face with doors. Easily one of the best punch-related comedy sims ever. But oh, I'm really looking forward to this game called Robot Hunter Assault Squadron, which is this big randomized survival game about throwing bottles at trees and accidentally scaring birds. In the demo version, a scared bird, I scared a bird so hard it died. 10 out of 10 in my book. But what kinds of things do you do for fun? You play any sports? You look like you might be into some of the more extreme stuff, like spine hurdling or psycho head volleyball. I knew an athlete a lot like you when I was younger. Her name was Neko, and she was especially gifted at the giblet toss. That's an odd pastime we had back when I was younger. Idea was, you'd punch a convict and then see how far you could make their viscera fly across a big field. You got points based on distance and the size of the viscera. She won the final round of the Giblet Toss Championship by getting a left eyeball to cross the 300-meter mark. They said she was juicing with iridium, but I think they were just angry that she dethroned the reigning champ, misogynistic Jeff. People really liked him for some reason. Hey, what is your favorite food? Mine's burgers, personally. People look at you like you're a pleb or something when you say you like burgers. But just think of all the things you can do with them. You can change out the patty, play around with toppings, change what sides you have. You ever have a burger with veggie chips? Gosh, I all but forgot about fries for about a year after I discovered the veggie chip combo. I'm not a vegetarian or anything, but those veggie patties they make on the more upper class worlds are crazy good. Better than real meat if you cook it right. Mr. Torg tried to be a vegetarian once, after he saw a fluffed bear get run over by a truck. How long did you last again? 12 seconds. Barely even finished the word vegetarian before he lunged at the skag chew. I was holding in my left hand. Nearly lost a finger. Granted, he's always been partial to skag chews or skag bacon. Don't know why, since I always felt like skags tasted like old tires and vomit. But to each his own. Taste is a funny thing. People say your taste buds get more refined as time goes on, but they actually get worse and worse. So when Mr. Torg used to refuse vegetables as a kid, it's because he was actually tasting how awful they were. When we old folks eat vegetables, we're only okay with it because we can't taste all the gross vitamins and stuff. Granted, vitamins are what have kept me going for as long as I've been going. You get enough B12 in your system, and you can headbutt a freight train without so much as a bruise. That reminds me, I need to get my pills ready for the rest of the week. I have one of those little metal containers split into different sections for each day. It's really helpful, and the sides are sharp enough that I can use it to ward off burglars if need to. What else do I have to do this week? Probably head to the bazaar, pick up some frozen spider ant flanks. Gotta bring my coat though, because it gets kind of chilly in the freezer section. What else do I need? Oh, I need a Schwarzman's candy drops. Gosh, those are delicious. They're so smooth and sweet. Just thinking about them, I could go for one right now, couldn't you? Do you think you could go find me one? That's a Schwarzman's candy drop. Grab it for me, will ya? Oh, I can taste it already. Oh, wonderful. Bring it back here, and I'll finish my story. Thank you so much. I'll eat this later while sitting by the fireplace, telling Mr. Torg stories of days gone by. There's just nothing like a good, roaring fireplace, is there? Something healing and safe. Maybe that's why our family likes explosions so much. They're basically just big fireplaces. Every explosion feels like coming home. Oh, maybe that'd be a good slogan for the Torg Corporation. Don't you think? High five? Oh, don't be silly. It's a wonderful slogan, and you know it. I used to come up with slogans for a living when I was in my teens. I came up with the jingle for Professor Gunsight's Can't Miss Scopes. How did it go again? Oh yeah. If you try to shoot, but you miss a lot, then give Professor Gunsight's scopes a shot. And then they played a gunshot sound effect and someone going, ah. It was cute, but gosh, I've been talking for a while now, haven't I? Thanks for bringing your friends to listen to an old woman ramble for a while. I can't tell you how great it is to have somebody new to talk to, especially a Vault Hunter. Oh, and one more thing. No, actually, that can probably wait. Just something about vaults and the end of the universe. Anyway, here. I always spoil my friends, just like I spoiled my grandson. Enjoy. Conversation. Meedly, Mao. And that is the end of today's reading. This has been a strange tale of these so-called Vault Hunters. The bit about the end of the universe is slightly alarming, but I suppose that there's not much we can do about that. I'd like to thank our producer for sitting in today and reading the parts of the so-called Mr. High Five Flexington, I believe it was, or something like that. Thank you for listening. Again, feedback on our broadcast is always welcome and can be sent to mail@thegreat.org. Join us tomorrow for another tale. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to Bayes Talk, the advice show where we use Bayes' theorem to answer your relationship questions. We're almost out of time for this episode, so we're going to go to the lightning round. This is where we answer your questions as rapidly as we prudently are able. It's very exciting. Let's begin. Winslow Hayward asks, my son plays around on the video game machine, but I hear that causes people to become violent. Should I put a stop to it? The variable we wish to solve over this question is probability that a person commits a violent crime, given the fact that person plays violent video games. To solve for this, we need the probability of a person committing a violent crime, the probability of a person playing violent video games, and the probability that someone who commits a violent crime plays violent video games. For simplicity, and I believe this is supported anecdotally, we will assume that anyone who is likely to commit a violent crime is also drawn to violence in their entertainment. So we will set that probability at 1.0. The U.S. violent crime rate in 2015 was 372.6 for every 100,000 people. And assuming each crime was committed by a different person, that makes the probability of committing a crime 0.3726%, or 0.003726. The percentage of people who enjoy violent video games is harder to measure, but since we used such a loose definition as violence in entertainment to give us the 1.0 for violence given crime in the numerator, we are constrained to use the same definition in the denominator, which gives us a conservative value of 3 and 4, or 0.75. Bayes' theorem, then, is 1.0 times 372.6 in 100,000 divided by 3 and 4, giving us 621 for every 125,000, or 4.968 times 10 to the negative 3, or 0.4968%, less than 0.5% chance that someone who enjoys violent entertainment will commit a violent crime. The actual number is significantly lower than that, since some people commit multiple crimes. Not everybody who commits a violent crime necessarily enjoys violent entertainment, and of course, correlation does not equal causation. Hayden Ridgefield asks, my fiancé has just confessed to cheating on me with a coworker. He swears it was a one-time thing, but before he left his ex-wife, he was cheating on her with me. Given the base probability that our marriage will end in divorce of 0.53, the odds of him cheating, which are currently at 1.0, and the percentage of divorces that occur because of cheating, which my research puts at 17%, the probability that our marriage will end in divorce is 0.0901, or roughly 9%. Am I good? No, Hayden, you are not good. First, Bayes' probability of divorce is 54% for first marriages only. For second marriages, it's 67%. Next, only 22% of married men cheat. This means your probability is closer to 51.77%. Paige Weston writes, my mother-in-law disapproves of everything I do. Nothing I do is good enough. Is there any way to win her approval? No. The probability of a mother-in-law approving of her son's wife is 0, making the problem Bayes invariant. Lewis Cromwell asks, I got a parking space right by the entrance to the mall. Doesn't that prove that angels exist, and therefore so does God? The likelihood of angels existing based on you getting a parking space presupposes that angels like you better than everyone else that was trying to get a parking space at that time, and that they prioritize the allotment of parking spaces over other divine interventions, like, for instance, feeding starving babies on the other side of the planet. The likelihood that angels prefer you over the other people trying to park that day is the likelihood that they'd give you a parking space if they did, which we'll say is 0.9, times the base odds of them preferring you in general, say 1 in 20, assuming moderate traffic at an average mall, divided by the overall odds of you getting a space, which are 0.9 times 0.05 plus 0.1 times 0.95, or 0.14. This puts the odds of angels preferring you to others, given you got the parking space, at 32.15%. This number naturally changes based on your success at getting parking spaces on future attempts. If under identical conditions you subsequently don't get a parking space, the equation becomes 0.1 times 0.3215 divided by 0.86, making the probability that angels have intervened, given the fact you didn't get the space, 0.0374, or 3.74%. This equation can't directly determine whether angels exist, but can begin to indicate the character of those angels if they do. If you find better than average parking more often than predicted by chance, your angels, if they exist, are probably evil. This by extension predicts the character of the God who created the angels. The probability of a good God assuming evil angels is the probability of evil angels assuming a good God, which we'll say is roughly 1 in 100, times the odds of a good God, which are 52% according to a CNN opinion poll, divided by the odds of evil angels, which are 32% the first time you get a good parking space. The solution to this equation is 2.26%. Again, this isn't the likelihood of God existing, but the likelihood of him being good if his angels are evil. To get a very rough idea of what your parking space implies, let's assume that because 77% of people believe in angels, there's a 77% chance that angels exist. And similarly, since 89% of people believe in a God, there's an 89% chance that a God exists. Your parking space, then, indicates a 21.53% chance that an evil deity spawned depraved demonic creatures that have, on at least one occasion, interacted directly with you, perhaps believe you owe them a favor, and may at this time be observing you and considering what to do with you or your loved ones in the future. Thanks for writing in. I'm Douglas Plainfield, and you've been listening to Bayes Talk.
And now it's time for a fun little game. I would like you to tell me which of the following English street names have been deliberately mispronounced. Magpie Alley, Swatham Heath Road, Fox Road, Montague Street, Eden Street, Thurlow Street, Darlington Street, Doric Road, Hermit Street, Cherbury Street, Station Rise, Littlebury Road, Camelot Street, Ashburnham Place, Bethwyn Cottages, Summertrees Avenue, Cannon Street, Avondale Rise, Fenwick Court, Edison Square, Guildhouse Street, Hungerford Lane, Pitcham Terrace, Wyvern Road, Reed Street, Bear Road, Penfold Street, Cavendish Avenue, Tennyson Court, Glamis Place, Queensdale Place, Chestnut Rise, Sunbury Lane, St. Matthew's Row, Roper Lane, Kinglake Place, Penrose Grove, Chivers Cottages, Selina Road, Digby Crescent, Gopher Lane, Stackhouse Street, Eastmoor Place, Hood Court, Ponder Street, Denbury Close, Axminster Road, Dobbins Court, Dorville Crescent, Duke Street Hill, North East Place, Troy Street, Willicombe Road, Greet Street, Ellesmere Place, Barndale Street, Shortlands, Egerton Drive, Saxon Road, Castile Road, Elf Row, Bucking Street, Eden Street, Exmouth Street, Starcross Street, Loughman Road, Love Lane, Little Dorrit Court, Peacham Street, Tilson Gardens, Fountain Drive, Conray Street, Ampton Place, Garden Close, Thurberton Street, Glasshouse Walk, Nightingale Grove, Glengall Grove, Reddington Drive, Richmond Mews, Gloucester Way, Pemberton Road, Stukely Street, Ensley Place, Gow Grove, Castlehaven Road, Adderley Street, Picton Place, Wheatley Street, Monmouth Street, Dragon Yard, Mossop Street, Borden Street, Grosvenor Avenue, Vale End, West Grove, Wilton Road, Half Moon Court, Tonsley Street, Wigmore Place, Harleton Street, Harrington Way, Gathorne Street, Stainsbury Place, Minette Road, Hopton Street, Monthorpe Street, Lascombe Street, Horseng Green Court, Hyde's Place, Ivy Walk, Devonport Passage, Wyvern Way, Violent Place, Chesterfield Hill, Cranley Street, Plunder Street, Caniver Road, Bardsley Lane, Lancaster Drive, Landor Walk, Wolf Lane, Redguard Road, Allcroft Passage, Ormond Mews, Duffy Street, Padfield Road, Dunlow Place, Shillingford Street, Lollard Place, Tiptree Street, Broadbent Street, Tarleton Street, Penry Place, 20 Pence Road, Rosemore Street, Dalwood Place, Cressy Court, Winchester Square, Heath Lane, Smallbrook Mews, Saltwell Street, Lucan Street, Malvern Place, Manor Avenue, Hayden Walk, Tyson Passage, Marshall Gardens, Merton Rise, Crescent Row, Buckmaster Road, Mill Gardens, Moorish Road, Swanfield Street, Glegg Place, Kingly Court, Newton Grove, Cecilia Road, Spreemont Place, Haringham Road, Lord North Street, Oakley Gardens, Ordnance Hill, Eden Row, Parkfield Row, Waverley Crescent, Pear Street, Telegraph Hill, Mersell Road, Cyclops Place, Pratt Walk, Padbury Court, Cleaver Square, Princedale Road, Prospect Vale, Ram Cottages, Grotto Court, Regal Lane, Forest Close, Haggerston Road, Lapswood Walk, Regency Place, Hanging Sword Alley, Birkin Street, Richmond Avenue, Matilda Street, Rochester Walk, Lion Street, Rose Walk, Scriven Street, Wishford Place, Berryman Road, Rutland Walk, Ashfield Street, Leicester Court, St. Rule Street, Marsley Road, Southey Road, Priory Terrace, Modbury Gardens, Plough Mews, Stratheden Road, Trinity Crescent, Westcott Road, Grange Street, Saunders Grove, Seaton Place, Eversholt Row, Sunbury Street, Summers Crescent, Ragland Street, Parkway, Garter Yard, Mottingham Station Approach, Starfield Road, Churchfields, Loaf Court, Swan Road, Myrtleberry Street, Winford Cottages, Globe Terrace, Martello Street, Trafalgar Avenue, Buller Square, Ruby Triangle, Darsk Park, Union Walk, Mellish Street, Dickens Square, Bullivant Street, Adelaide Close, Bedford Way, Dunton Road, Hillrise Road, Westbourne Terrace, Victorian Grove, Chillingworth Road, Sovereign Street, Vine Hill, West Mews, Waterloo Gardens, Oranmore Mews, Belfort Road, Hester Road, Wellington Walk, Inverness Street, Sherlock Mews, Bourne Street, Beaumont Street, Western Walk, Bard Road, Kennings Way, Horse Yard, Foregate Street, Calderwood Street, Fortress Walk, Willow Way, Dryden Street, Wilton Yard, Killick Street, Dunbar Place, Bacon Grove, Bloomfield Road, Woodstock Grove, Dunmaiston Mews, Armory Way, Tavistock Street, Boundary Road, Berkeley Square, Watling Street, Ramsey Street, Halton Road, Cobble Lane, Sheringham Road, Penn Road, Moriarty Close, Tabley Road, Royal Avenue, Black Lion Lane, Lakeside Drive, Zealand Street, Ugrove, Inkwell Close, Edenhurst Avenue, Hale Lane, Camelot Street, Lacey Road, Maiden Road, Ironside Close, Caraway, East Ferry Road, Tedworth Gardens, Ockley Road, Gateside Road, Felbridge Road, Lakenheath, Old Park Lane, East Way, Paddock Road, Taunton Avenue, Calverton Road, Knight's Walk, Grayling Road, Lever Street, Oxley Road, Viscount Drive, Emery Hill Street, Hinstock Road, Inworth Street, Merry Hill Close, Transome Square, Horncastle Road, Ulrich Avenue, Martock Gardens, Obeck Close, Upper Richmond Road West, Castle Bar Road, Ivy Mount Road, Petley Road, Vixen Mews, Devonish Road, Jewel Road, Quick Road, Thriftwood, West Ella Road, Elmcroft Gardens, Kingwood Road, Ringlet Close, Yukon Road, Scarborough Road, Maddock Way, Arnett Square, Grattan Road, Nutbrook Street, Tuskar Street, Hoppet Road, Jukon Street, Deacon Way, Belvedere Drive, Pure Lake Mews, Tayport Close, Buckrell Road, Darblay Street, Cuthbert Road, Morden Lane, St. Swithin's Lane, Evandale Road, Jeffreys Walk, Zander Court, Vestry Road, Longstaff Crescent, Ashton Road, Glazebrook Close, Junction Place, Parish Lane, Lighterman Mews, Raveley Street, Ellery Street, Addington Square, Wise Lane, Templar Drive, Hever Croft, Parkwood Mews, Silvermere Road, Castletown, and North Cross Road. Did you catch how many were mispronounced? Well done. Bonus points if you also spotted how many of these places are in fact in London. Tune in next time for the exciting United States of America version.